joints right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your ism, right? Play this shit right here and resuscitate your pimpin' and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, just that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all. Not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when the time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike you out. Can't stop, won't stop. Hoppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Hoppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Hoppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Hoppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. See, that's the difference, nigga. The pimpin' mashing for these riches, nigga. Nothing like you master magician, niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals. Papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earn route and working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scarred bitch, that's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless, empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip, synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hoe hard. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Come on, pimpin', man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga.
Man, y'all already know what to do, man. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button. Y'all already know my first order of business. Got to hydrate my game, put some of this good old love in my body. Yes. Appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in as always. Gonna chop some good game. Per usual. Cheers to the game. Yeah, man. So, it trips me out. I guess because, I'm a little older and I've seen the same movie over and over again, the same episode over and over again. But as many of you have, I'm sure, seen, heard about, talked about all of that, because it's a hot topic on the internet right now, Kevin Hart is under fire because at his recent roast, where different celebrities and comedians was roasting him, this one guy who I'm not even familiar with, and I can't remember his name right now, but we'll get into it. But one of the guys who was roasting Kevin Hart made a George Floyd joke. And, everybody is upset with Kevin Hart because he didn't do what black people think he should have done. He didn't respond the way that black people think he should have responded. And so because of that, excuse my pimping, because of that, everybody is upset. At least all the black folks is mad at Kevin Hart right now. You got all these different content creators, condemning him. And he did a recent interview on The Breakfast Club, which I haven't seen, but there's clips of it floating around. And I guess they addressed the issue on The Breakfast Club interview. But first, I want to play a little clip of the actual joke that was said. Hold on, why is that there? Okay, hold up. Okay, there we go. So let's play the clip of the joke. This is from some guy who did a reaction. This Graham O'Neill. I don't even know who this guy is. But he's doing a reaction, but within his reaction, he has the clip. So this is what we're listening to the clip from, and here we go.
Let's go. George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe.
It should.
Oh, and this is his brother, I guess, responding to the joke.
Responded right then and there, like, well, wait, hold up.
There's nothing I can do. It's a production. It's a live production. I'm not compromising the live production for a reaction of what? What do you want me to do? I'm going to drag him off? You want me to fight afterwards? You want me to turn it into, like, what? That's not what I agreed to do. That's not the job at hand. The job at hand was to produce a successful roast, which I did.
George Floyd's family wasn't a part of the roast.
You can't do that, right? You can't. I get the point that you're trying to make, but I can't speak for the narrative of another talent partaking in this particular event and what they're going to do.
Got you.
Kevin says all the comics prepare their own jokes.
Okay, so you see there. Hold up. You see there that the joke was made about George Floyd, and you see what Kevin Hart's response was to it when he was asked about it. Basically, Kevin Hart said that he doesn't have control of the production, and he doesn't have control over the jokes that was being said, and he didn't know that joke was going to be said. And all of that may be true. But, what I know that I have an unpopular opinion when it comes to this, right? And that is, what is all of this, like everybody getting online and talking about it and saying how they feel about it? What is that going to do now, and what has that ever done? Right? See, this is the problem that we have, and this is why us as black folks in the United States will always be at the bottom. This is why other ethnicities will never respect us, because we don't do what we're supposed to do in order for people to respect us. See, we have the typical response or reaction to everything, which is emotional outrage. Not the type of outrage that we should have. We get emotional about everything. We get on the internet and cry about everything. And that's one of the worst things that could have happened to us as black folks is giving everybody who don't even matter and isn't even responsible enough to have a voice on the internet to have a voice with a voice. Everybody who doesn't deserve to have a voice, who's too irresponsible to have a voice, who shouldn't have a voice, has a voice on the internet. And the unfortunate thing for us as black folks is that when black folks get on the internet and cry, and we like the way that they cry, we rally behind them, run their views up, make them popular, make them go viral, all that type of shit. But what gets done at the end? At the end, these types of things are still going to be able to happen. Right? We never have the correct response to the disrespect this enacted upon us. Never. We never have the correct response. But everybody else has the correct response when they feel disrespected. And we're going to get into that. Let me hydrate my game one more time. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. See, this is the thing, right? There's a difference between, like I'm saying, the way black folks react to disrespect to our people or to things near and dear to us versus the way that other people respond to being disrespected as a group or, you know, things that are near and dear to them, right? See, and we see it all the time, you know, this whole George Floyd thing, you know, the joke being said at a Kevin Hart roast, that's one of the latest things, right? Hold on, I got something else to show you. This is just another example of us being disrespected in the way that we respond to it. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, so I'm going to go to a reaction from Gangland Neem. This is just another thing in the same vein like I'm talking about as far as us being disrespected in the way that we respond to it. This is Gangland Neem. Shout out to him. He did a reaction to a conversation that was had on No Jumper recently where Adam 22 used the term chimping out. And you know, in typical fashion, like people like himself often do, he justified his reasoning behind using the term chimping out and why he should be able to use the term chimping out. And, you know, the typical racist response to being addressed about these types of things is what Adam had, but let's check out what Gangland Neem is saying in the actual issue that was addressed on No Jumper, which he's gonna play that.
Kiwi Head thought it would be cool to use Chud the Builder's lingo. We all know Chud the Builder is a racist. That's what I believe, at least. You don't go around doing that kind of stuff, harmful speech, hate speech to black folks and to your own people, right? If you're not a racist or some kind of degenerate with some issues, straight up, why would we even reference somebody such as Chud the Builder, who has said such disparaging things about the people who make up the majority of your platform? That's my question. I don't know how long any of you niggas up there can deal with this kind of shit. I'ma just be honest. Do 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 nonetheless, right? And I will tell on your ass. Yeah, I will. But let's get the show started. Shit.
Facts for real said, shout out to the members, Spodey and Mungie. How y'all feel about Adam using the phrase chimping out? Y'all gonna let Massa get away with that playing in your face? Okay, so what I said that some of them decided was very offensive is when I was in Vegas, there was at least one moment where we were acting crazy, drinking, taking shots, and I used Chud the Builder inspired language about myself to say that we were chimping out.
Listen to what he said about myself to say that we were chimping out. So we were drinking and acting a certain type of way, and I used Chud the Builder inspired language to describe myself and say that we were chimping out. So you did more than describe yourself. You described the we that you were a part of, which was not only people like yourself, but black folks as well. So, but this is his justification for it. So he said out of his own mouth that he used the terminology chimping out. And let's see where this conversation goes from here.
That is the despicable part in itself, Kiwi Head. Let's go big screen real quick. It's just like a learning moment, even though niggas ain't gonna learn nothing. Niggas don't care about what I be talking about. But, right? You're saying you're using Chud the Builder language. Everybody across the internet, including you, Adam, you know who and what Chud the Builder is about. Why even reference that man? The majority of your platform is blacks and minorities, right? Blacks or Mexicans.
I don't think that is racist. I think that, if anything, I was comparing myself to an actual chimp. And I don't think that there's anything offensive about reappropriating the language of our oppressors, which should be relatable. You, as a proud N-word sayer, you're reappropriating the language of...
Listen, brother. Who are your oppressors?
Exactly. You know, he says our oppressors as if he's been oppressed himself. And, you know, the thing that really frustrates me about people is how irresponsible they are when it comes to certain terminology nowadays. And the most misappropriated term or improperly used term nowadays is racism or racist and all this shit. But what people don't understand, this is all a part of the programming. This is all a part of watering down the word racism. Anytime your black ass or your Mexican ass or your Asian ass refers to your own people as racist or possibly racist, you're watering down the true meaning of racism, which is what those people want you to do. They want you to water it down so that you become less and less sensitive about the word and further away from the truth of the word. But anybody who really understands racism and the terminology of it knows that we cannot be racist. Asian people can't be racist. Mexican people can't be racist. Indian people can't be racist. Black people cannot be racist because none of us have the power to oppress. And you don't have racism without oppression. It's like having a cake without butter, milk, sugar, and all that shit, all the ingredients in it that make a cake. If you take oppression out, it's no longer racism. So when you say racist, you're talking about oppression at the same time, whether your ignorant ass realizes it or not. So the only people in the United States who have ever had the power to oppress is white people. The other people that I mentioned, blacks, Asians, Mexicans, any minority, we've never had the power to oppress in the United States. We don't own institutions. We don't control institutions. And whatever corporate anything we think we have control over, we really don't. And they've shown and proven that to us time and time again. Kanye is the most vivid example of that. This man was worth $7 billion, supposedly. And when they felt like they didn't want his black ass to have that no more, they took it from him. We have never had the power to be able to do that. Mexicans have never been able to do that. They've never had that power. Asians have never had that power. White people are the only ones who had that power. So, but back to this whole thing right here, you know, this is just another, and man, I can't lie. I just got to call a spade a spade. This discussion that they was having on No Jumper, and the brothers that was a part of this discussion, they really disappointed me, man. And it's sad that Moose Man had to defend black people better than black people. That should never be possible. It should never be possible for, and you know, respect to Moose Man for doing so, but it should never be possible for somebody who is non-black to defend black people better than black people can defend themselves. He's sitting around a group of black people. It's 3 black men on the panel right here. And all of them misrepresented us. Spody Face tried a little bit, but he still didn't land it the way he was supposed to. Right? But yeah, it was just real disappointing, man. But again, just this is what I want you to pay attention to. This is the overall message. We always have the same reactions and responses to these types of things. Everybody feels so disrespected by that joke, that George Floyd joke that was said at the Kevin Hart roast. But look at what black people do in response to that. Now you have all these people, you know, portraying themselves to be offended by Adam 22 using this chimping out terminology, right? And we can go out of this now because y'all pretty much get the point of that thing right there. We've seen this so many times over and over and over again. Another example of it is when, as y'all have heard me mention plenty of times before, some years back when Vlad TV disrespected the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, right? So these are all, I want you to pay attention to all of this, right? These just all examples, a few of many examples of this happening to us and how we react or respond to it. George Floyd jokes being said at the Kevin Hart roast. Adam 22 using the terminology of chimping out. Vlad TV lying on and disrespecting the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. We can sit here and go on until next year, nonstop, mentioning, you know, similar events that have taken place, right? And, you know, it's the way that we react and respond to these things is not very different from like when things like the George Floyd situation, when George Floyd had his life stolen from him. You know, a lot of us rioted and looted, things like that, but you know, that doesn't change anything. A lot of us marched. That doesn't really change anything. With the whole George Floyd joke at the Kevin Hart roast, everybody on the internet crying about it, that doesn't change anything. People on the internet crying about Adam 22 and Vlad TV, that doesn't change anything. Excuse me. there's so many different scenarios that we can think of where either one of our people, a black man or black woman, was falsely imprisoned for decades, to quote unquote make up for that, they might get a settlement, right? They might give them some millions of dollars. Most recently, it was a black man that got jumped by two police officers inside of a liquor store. Wasn't doing nothing wrong, didn't do nothing to nobody, but these two officers just decided to jump on this man and beat him down severely in New York City. Two NYPD officers did this to this man, and more than likely, he's going to get a big settlement, probably some millions of dollars or something like that. And, you know, we've been conditioned to think that that's like a reasonable solution. We've been conditioned to believe that a street being named after one of our people or a holiday being named after one of our people is justice. We've been conditioned to believe that when one of our people get beat down by the police or life taken by the police, that, you know, a multi-million-dollar settlement is justice, right? And that's probably the furthest it ever goes with us is you know, a settlement with some money and things like that. And the most common thing is that we might tear shit up or we'll get on the internet and cry about it. But what I want you to understand is that this doesn't change anything. This is how we typically respond or seek justice or what have you. Now, back to, you know, how the powers that be, what do they do when they feel disrespected in the United States of America? What do they do? They strip somebody like a Kanye West of all of his wealth and his power that it seemed like he had and all of that, right? And it don't take a whole lot of instances for that to get act right out of us, right? Because when you see that happen to a Kanye West, who probably could have apologized his way out of that and maintained his wealth, just like Nick Cannon did when they put pressure on Nick Cannon for making statements that he wasn't really lying about, but they put the pressure on him, made him walk his shit back and apologize. Kevin Hart, once upon a time, made certain statements years prior on Twitter. They made him walk his shit back and apologize. The list goes on and on of black folks who have made certain statements, and then when those people put pressure on them, they walk that shit back and apologize. And because of that, the majority of black people with quote unquote money and power in America, they play nice. They stay in line like a good little boy or a good little girl. They don't say how they really feel because they know that people will strip your ass of everything, right? So this is the response that they have when they feel disrespected. And as a result, there's a certain system, an unwritten and informal system, but a system nonetheless, that makes people act right and makes people respect them. Because we will strip your ass of everything. If you disrespect us, you know, we'll give you a chance because, you know, we're not going to get emotional and get on the internet and cry about it because that doesn't feed our bottom line. And we really don't want to strip you the way we can because that doesn't feed our bottom line. But if we have to show power a certain type of way to maintain the type of respect that we want, then we'll make an example out of you. You know, we don't want to go that route because you know, is cheaper to keep her. It's better to maintain you because you'll continue feeding our bottom line, but don't make us flex our muscle because we will. That's the system that's set in place with them. Right? Now, although, like I said, you know, we don't have the same type of corporate power. Really, we don't have any corporate power, and we don't have the same institutions that they have. But what we do have is, as black people in America, the position of being the number one consumers in America. Nobody consumes like us. We consume to a point where it's sickening the way that we consume. But nonetheless, there's a certain power in that. So if we had the same type of mindset like them, to where every time we felt disrespected, we flexed the type of power that we really have and strip that consumption away from their ass, we would get the same type of respect as well. Right? See, with a something as simple as a no jumper, if there was real outrage about Adam 22, and this ain't the first time that he's disrespected our people, like he constantly disrespects our people, and our culture is why he is where he is right now. As far as success and finances go, he wouldn't be where he is right now if it was not for our culture as black people. So the way we flex our muscle with him, if we really were outraged the way people pretend to be, is, you know what? We gonna shut him down. We ain't no black people watching. You know, we would be on code. We all unsubscribing to No Jumper, the multiple channels that they have, the No Jumper channel, the No Jumper clips, and every other channel associated with that shit as a staff, record label, and crew. If you down with No Jumper, fuck you too. If we had that approach, then if we just did it one time with anybody or anything that disrespected us, we would have 1,000 times more respect than we do now, which is pretty much zero. Our respect is on life support. The way other people respect us is on life support. They pretty much don't respect us. Our respect barely has a pulse. They only respect us as far as we benefit them. But they also know that they can disrespect us and we're never going to be smart enough to hit them where it hurts, which is financially. See, like I said, they understand it because they created the capitalist society that we live in, that we function in, that we abide in. They created the shit. So, you know, they got the playbook. They wrote the playbook. But we are never going to wake up. So we going to keep doing the same stupid ass shit. They don't give a damn about us crying and complaining on the internet. That don't hurt them. And even if at times they have to, you know, just to save face to a certain extent, pay out a multi-million-dollar settlement to make us shut up about certain issues, you know, and we're satisfied with that. They could beat a black man to death or beat him until he's damn near dead. And, you know, they can respond to that. They can respond to that by throwing a few dollars at it, and then that'll make us shut up. We just cool after that. Or they can name a street after one of our leaders or one of our people, and we'll shut up. We cool after that. Or they'll, you know, name a holiday after one of our people, and we cool. We just shut up after that. But they still get to do whatever they want to do and what they've been doing. See, we don't flex our power to the point where they have no choice but to change their system. Because that's what's really supposed to happen. The system of policing should change. You know, and one of the closest examples, the only step in the right direction that we can refer to in recent times is that with Andre Taylor and the Not This Time movement. How they, changed laws and created laws so that now in the state of Washington, they have police accountability where nowhere in America had police accountability before, right? That's a step in the right direction, but the system is still broken. The system is still fucked up. The system needs to be destroyed and rebuilt, right? So, like I said, we always had the same typical bullshit response. We get emotional, and they know that we gonna do that. That's why they're gonna keep beating us down, the police. That's why the police gonna keep taking our lives. That's why, these different corporations and different celebrities and different, executives and powerful people and people with voices and all that shit. This is why they're going to continue to disrespect us, because they know that the only thing we going to do is cry. We're never going to hit them where it hurts because we so addicted to consuming. Right? The outrage it's always fake. We so addicted to consuming. A Vlad TV can disrespect the shit out of us and say, fuck you, but we still gonna keep watching them because we just can't help but to consume. No Jumper can disrespect the fuck out of us, Adam 22, and say, fuck you, but he knows that, just like Vlad knows, all we gonna do is cry, but we gonna keep consuming because we can't help ourselves. We have to consume. Back in the days, Tommy Hilfiger disrespected the fuck out of us, but he knows that the only thing we're going to do is cry, but keep consuming while we're crying. This is what we do all the time. So, it's just unfortunate, man, that, like I said, we got all these examples, and it's like we never tighten up. We never wake up. We never realize that we gonna stay being disrespected. They gonna keep they foots on our necks. They gonna keep their foots on our necks. And the only thing we gonna do is cry. See, and it's unfortunate for some of us that are older, because we should know better. The ones of us that are older and come from a different time and generations past, right? Because, people in their 40s and older, we can recall a time where when we was kids, if we got our ass beat outside or at school or on the playground or wherever, and we came home crying, moms and pops especially moms, wasn't going for that. You ain't finna sit here and cry. You gonna go out there and you gonna beat their ass, or I'm gonna beat your ass. But basically what moms and pops was teaching us as kids was that crying ain't gonna do nothing. You sit there and get your ass beat and cry about it, that's not gonna change anything. Only thing that's gonna change is for the worse. Whoever beat your ass is gonna keep beating your ass. If they bullying you, they gonna keep bullying you. If they taking your lunch money or forcing you to do their homework or whatever, they going to keep bullying your ass until you stand up and knock their block off and let them know you not about to keep doing this to me. Right? This is what we learned back in the days as little kids. But we grow up and turn into that same crybaby that was yet to get checked by his parents. And a lot of kids didn't. And especially this younger generation, they parents just let them cry. They don't have parents like we had. And for the record, me personally, I never had that story. I never got beat up, came home, cried about it. Then my mama told me, go outside. No, I was the one doing the beating up. You know what I mean? I was the one that kids was going home crying to their mama about me. But that's a different conversation. But I come from that generation, though, of if you get your ass beat, you better not come in the house crying because you're going to get your ass beat again. So to stop from getting your ass beat, you're going to have to do some ass beating, right? Basically, some action has to be taken. Crying is not going to get you the desired effect of whatever it is that you want. You're going to have to do something. You're going to have to fight. You're going to have to take some action. And fast forward to right now, everybody understands that but us. We the only ones who have the incorrect response to things when we get disrespected. We the only ones. That's why we're going to stay at the bottom and we're going to keep consuming and making everybody rich. We're going to keep paying ridiculous amounts of money for designer clothes that don't even fit us right because we also paying ridiculous amounts of money for bullshit ass food that make us funny built. Just look at that. We, on this end, the food industry is disrespecting the shit out of us by, killing us slowly. But we so addicted to consuming, we gonna keep making them rich as much as they disrespect us. Keep making their ass rich. So now we built funny. And then we gonna go over here and make these people rich just because their high-end designer shit is a quote-unquote status symbol. So we gonna spend all this money on some clothes that was made for skinny-ass European people, most of them. Because most of the brands, that's where they come from, the designer shit that we love. Most of it comes from Europe. It's made for skinny-ass European people. And we over here, fat-ass American people, putting this shit on that don't look right on us, but because it's expensive, it's cool. And they disrespect the fuck out of us because all them designer brands at some time or another has disrespected us one way or another. But we gonna keep making their ass rich because we're so addicted to consuming. We can't stop consuming for 1 second just for the sake of us getting some respect. The closest we done came is with the, and pay attention to this. The closest we done came is with the Target boycott, but that wasn't even all the way about black people. That was that DEI shit. This ain't even really our agenda. But you see how they play on black people's emotions and they'll wrap us up in some shit to get us on board with it. But it ain't even really about us. They just mask it a certain way to try to make it seem like it's about us, but it's more than us. But that's the closest we done came to, flexing our power the way that we supposed to, but we didn't even do that right. And of course we wasn't going to do it right because it ain't our agenda. But that's the closest we probably done came in recent times, to flexing our power the way that we supposed to. But once again, us as black Americans, we're the biggest consumers. Nike is rich because of us. Nike is a booming industry because of us. Every designer clothing line that you could think of, 9 times out of 10, they booming because of us. We buy that shit more than anybody. We the brokest motherfuckers, but got the most Mercedes-Benzes and BMWs. You know what I mean? Like, the shit is crazy. And don't none of the motherfuckers like us or respect us. But they know that no matter how much they disrespect us, no matter how much they dislike us, we gonna keep feeding their bottom lines. We ain't nothing but strawberries, man. For those of y'all unfamiliar with the term strawberry is like a dope fiend that'll do anything for a hit. Even sell her body for peanuts, for some diapers, just to get high. A strawberry is a desperate individual that'll do anything for one hit. Right? And our fix is consumption. We just gotta consume. You know, we gonna keep eating McDonald's. We gonna keep eating Burger King. We gonna keep eating Jack in the Box and Carl's Jr. and Hardee's and White Castle and all that shit. We gonna keep eating that shit. The CEOs and owners of all them corporations could get on TV right now or get on social media and say, fuck black people. We gonna keep making their ass rich because we just cannot stop consuming for anything. What is it gonna take for us to just stop consuming with, like I said, with just make an example with one of them, one of the entities that has disrespected us, which really is damn just about all of them. And if they ain't disrespected us publicly, they stay disrespecting us subliminally and behind closed doors. But if we just set an example with one of them, imagine if black folks was like, you know what? We gonna go a whole year. We ain't buying no Nikes. And if you want to wear Nikes that bad, shit, come down here to Columbia, man. They got them for $20. Of course, they the knockoffs, but hey, if you just want to have something with a Nike symbol on your foot so bad, come down here and get the fake shit. You know, Phil Knight and them, they not gonna get $1 from it. You know, if you just really want to, you know, but on a serious note though, imagine if black folks all across America was like, for a whole year, just to set an example, we not buying no Nike. Imagine for 2027, all of us said, you know what, we ain't buying no Benzes. We ain't buying no BMWs. We ain't buying no, you know, just pick a brand. We ain't buying no Louis Vuitton, no Gucci. We ain't buying none of that shit. We ain't buying no Balenciaga. Just imagine if we did that for 1 year. Or if we just said, you know what, we ain't buying no jewelry. That's a big one right there. They would feel that. Imagine if black folks said we ain't buying no jewelry, we ain't getting no bust down, nothing. The whole 2027. Man. People just don't know, man. Like, that's where the power is. So if you really want people to stop disrespecting us with their words, like that joke that was said about George Floyd at the Kevin Hart roast and Adam 22 using terms like chimping out and Vlad TV disrespecting the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, or just so many times where we've been disrespected verbally. You know, if we just, you know, chose one of those entities and flexed our power the way that we supposed to. Now, if we did it every time, then it'd be a real understanding. If it was just a part of our culture to stand on principle and stand for something, if it was just a part of our culture to do that, then you know how different America would be? You know how different America would be? Like, and then the stereotypes that, man, hold on, let me hydrate my game one time, man. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step to a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. The stereotypes, man, because you got a lot of black folks that work for a lot of these corporations and shit, right? And in spite of us being such hardworking people, you know, it takes for us to really acknowledge that, because other people won't acknowledge that about us. You know, they acknowledge other people about them being hard workers, but they won't acknowledge black folks about the type of hard workers that we are, right? But we know ourselves, right? So we know how we are when it comes to being hard workers, right? But in spite of that, there's this stigma with black people in the United States that we're just lazy people. We don't like to work. We lazy. We feel entitled and all this type of shit, right? But what if we really lived up to what if we said, you know what? We're gonna show you how lazy we are. You know, and just it don't even have to be for a long time. Just imagine if all black people went on strike for like 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. All black folks in America that are hard workers, that get up and go to work consistently every day for a bullshit ass job that they could barely live off of. Just imagine if we just said, fuck it. We about to go on strike for 2 weeks. Ain't none of us working. You know how much instant respect we would get? That's when we could come with some demands like, look, man, give us the reparations right now. We ain't going to work. Just imagine if we did that as black folks, you know, and, you know, other people will try to make it seem like we don't deserve reparations and we shouldn't get reparations. But it's not like we, you know, when it comes to reparations and black folks who care about it, I really don't give a damn about it because I understand, you know, America and how this shit works and, you know, empty promises and all that type of shit. But technically, we are owed reparations as black people in America. Technically, if you want to be technical about it, right? But just imagine if we said, you know what, all the black folks in America who work for somebody other than themselves, who work for a corporation, just imagine if all of us, and that's the majority of us, by the way, just imagine if all of us was like, you know what, we not doing no work for 2 weeks. Imagine how much they would feel that. Just 2 weeks of us not working. 2 weeks ain't a long time. And we could survive 2 weeks without getting paid. I mean, it's already hard enough as it is for most Americans and most black folks in America. You know, it's already rough as it is, but we'll figure something out, man, especially if we come together and hold each other down. You know, some of us got more food than others. Some of us got more resources than others. And, you know, if we just came together and looked out for each other and said, you know what, we're going to come together, we're going to hold each other down, and we not working for 2 weeks. You know how much they will feel that? And then, or if we said, you know what, we not working until we get reparations. You know how fast we'll get reparations? But we never gonna get reparations as long as everybody keep crying about it on the internet like they've been doing for years. People been crying on the internet about reparations for years now. What has it done? How much closer to getting reparations are we as a result of us crying about it? We never hit them people where it would truly hurt, which is in their wallet. It's America. It's capitalism. And we keep feeding the machine. We keep feeding the bottom line. But I'm just saying, what if we did that? Honestly, I don't see it ever happening because too many of us are just addicted to consuming. Too many of us are that's another thing too. Too many of us are just programmed to stay inside the box. Yes, sir, no, sir, all that type of shit. Too many of us are just programmed that way. Too many of us don't let our nuts hang as men. Too many of us play nice and don't want to rock the boat. Ain't enough of us bold enough to be that way. But I just want people to understand that this is what they do. When they want respect, when they want some act right, this is what they do. They just do it in a different way because they're the powers that be and they control institutions and, you know, things of that and systems and all that type of shit. But this is what they do. When they want some act right, this is what they do. And it works. Because like I said, Kanye is the most vivid example, but they have other ways of getting act right. Puffy, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly. When they want to break you down, they'll break you down. These is all people that were wealthy, had money, fame, power, supposedly power. But when they felt like they didn't want them people to have it, they take it just like that. You know? And they're so cold at it that they get us to rally behind the bullshit and support it. They get us to rally behind them and fight against ourselves. Because I don't give a damn, man. In America, it's America, man. And see, what you got to understand is, like, with themselves, it don't matter if they wrong or right. It don't matter if they wrong or right. They gonna support themselves. What they're never gonna do is join us to fight against themselves. We're the only ones who do that. Black folks. We're the only ones who join other people to fight against ourselves. We're the only ones stupid enough to do that. You don't see them doing that with each other. You know, now they'll make certain individuals amongst themselves examples, but they don't join other people to fight against themselves like we do. You know, like a Harvey Weinstein or a Jeffrey Epstein. Just pay attention to the difference. When it comes to a Harvey Weinstein or a Jeffrey Epstein, they didn't violate black people. Mostly. They mostly violated people that look like themselves. So as a result, they were made examples out of. But it wasn't like they just violated a whole bunch of black people and then white people joined us black people to fight against. Like, just imagine that. Jeffrey Epstein allegedly does all this shit to a bunch of little black girls, and then white people join us black people to fight against a Jeffrey Epstein. Because he violated so many little black girls. All these white people was on the internet talking about Jeffrey Epstein, how he's such a monster, and this, that, and the third. You're never going to see that in America. You might see, you know, a few people that genuinely, you know, care, but like the people that do that to us, we don't even know who they are. Because they don't get put to the forefront. They don't get their feet put to the fire. But let it be like I said, like an R. Kelly or a Puffy or a Bill Cosby. Let it be any one of them. And we join those people because they're the ones who put the narratives out there. They're the ones who start the fire. We join them to fight against our own people. And none of us are there, so we don't know. None of us have been in a room with Puffy by himself and whoever. None of us have been in a room with R. Kelly by himself and whoever. None of us have been in a room with Bill Cosby and whoever. So we don't know for sure what happened. But beyond that, because that's beyond the point is much bigger than that. The bottom line is, you know, we don't even have to prove anything. That's another thing. Like, we the most easily convinced people it is. Nobody's more easily convinced than us. You could tell us the sky is falling, we gonna believe that shit. You know what I mean? But nobody, like I said, nobody fights against us like we don't join other people, or nobody joins other people to fight against themselves like we do. We do that better than anybody. And it's crazy. We America's best puppets. We shouldn't even call ourselves black people anymore. We should call ourselves Pinocchio. You know, when we fill out a job application or any kind of application, we put our ethnicity down. We should just put Pinocchio because that's what we are. We the biggest puppets in America, man. They just puppeteer us however they want to. do this, do that. That's us. We puppets. We the biggest puppets in America. Our ethnicity should be changed to Pinocchio. And the cold part about it, if they really wanted to do that, if they really wanted to change our ethnicity from black to Pinocchio, we ain't gonna do nothing but cry about it and keep on being Pinocchio. That's the cold part about it. We gonna keep crying while they puppeteering our ass. Man, can you believe this shit? They said we ain't black no more. We Pinocchio. Damn, that's crazy, man. They doing us like this, man. Fuck. We need to go march. We need to get on social media and keep crying about it. Maybe then they'll stop calling us Pinocchio, start calling us black again. Whole time we being puppeteered by this shit. And we ain't doing nothing for real about it. We ain't hitting them where it hurts. They might as well call us Pinocchio. Listen, man, if you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. Me shout out these supers one time right quick. eBooks, good looking with the $5 holla. Charlamagne needs to quit the fake outrage. Just like in the Kel situation, man is a hypocrite. He said many suspect shit on air. Yeah, you know, but Charlamagne is another one, man, that he's you know, you have some of, you know, us as the masses, we puppets, and then they got the big puppets. Charlamagne is just one of the big puppets. He one of the star puppets in the show. Because, like my nigga, for you to have had the allegations on yourself that you've had, because back in the day when he was in college in like the late 90s or early 2000s or whenever it was, Charlamagne had some, you know, sexual misconduct claims made against him when he was in college. And you know, so he knows how that feels. And that's what kills me about people like him. You knowing how that feels, and for you to get up there and, you know, campaign against R. Kelly the way that you did, when, again, like I said, you wasn't nowhere in the room with him and whoever's alleging that he did something to him. So you don't know the facts. You don't know what's true and what's not. But, you know, Charlamagne is just one of many, like the rest of us, who, you know, finds us guilty in the court of public opinion before the court of law can. So, yeah, man, I don't know. But, you know, I'm just one person, man. I'm just one person. But like me, I have it in me to stand on something that I believe in. Like I said, I don't watch No Jumper. I don't watch Vlad TV. You know, especially, you know, in immediate response to disrespect. I just, you know, I wish more of us was like that, though. I wish more of us had it in us to, like, you know, stop doing certain shit. But, you know, most of us don't have that type of discipline, but that's a whole nother conversation. eBooks, good looking with the $2 holla. Weren't Koreans the ops during the 92 riots? See, you know, the Koreans, and this don't apply to all Koreans, so I ain't gonna, you know, I'm not one of the people that like to throw everybody in a box. But I will say that a lot of Koreans, you know, and it's another term that's worn out a lot that I get tired of hearing, but it's applicable and it's true. But, you know, back in those days in the early 90s, a lot of Koreans wanted proximity to whiteness. But those Koreans that want proximity to whiteness are confused, because white people will never accept them. White people will never like them. white people will continue to benefit off of them the same way that they benefit off of us. And that's it, you know. But, you know, you have a lot of people from all different groups. You got black people that want proximity to whiteness. You have Latinos, Asians, you know, Indians. You got all these different people that want proximity to whiteness. But all of those people are confused. So in the 92 riots, no, they were not, you know, the opposition. The opposition is the system. The opposition is the institutions. You know, we as black folks, some of us might have just been confused enough back then to believe that Koreans were our enemy, but no, they weren't. Even though they did some fucked up shit, some of them, but you can't count that against all Koreans. You know, just because some of them that own stores did some fucked up shit. Rest in peace, Latasha Harlins. And, you know, all the other shit that they've done, you know, within those times before and after and all of that, right? Like I said, we can't count that against all Koreans. And I'm not foolish enough to do that because I know who our real op is. You know, like I said, again, as fucked up as some Koreans have been to black people, Koreans have never had the power to oppress us in the United States. Koreans never enslaved us as black people. Koreans never, you know, grisnaped our people. Koreans never did, they never hung us from trees. Koreans never, you know, did some of the atrocities that I ain't even gonna mention on here against black folks that them other people done did. So no, Koreans ain't never been our enemy. Never. Prince William, good looking with the $10 holla. 80s and 90s youths, or 80s and 90s youth enforce certain boundaries, I feel. Do you feel that the current generation is too cool about everything? They let too much BS slide or minimize everything as a joke. Yeah, they definitely too cool. I agree with that, but, you know, a big part of it ain't really their fault. To be honest with you, man, a lot of us from generations past have dropped the ball when it comes to them. And, you know, a big part of the reason why is because all of us are just intoxicated by certain things. And all of us have been programmed in such a way that, you know, we don't have no fight in us the way that we supposed to. Now, some of us who come from the 80s and 90s and even generations prior, you know, some of us have that same type of fight in us, but to be honest with you, the majority of us don't. The majority of us just don't, you know, and so it's not like it would be different if this younger generation had a certain point of reference and were just moving in spite of that point of reference. Like they had a point of reference of, you know, a generation that come before them that, you know, stood on something and didn't let nobody play with them and demanded their respect and commanded their respect and all of that. It'd be different if this young generation had a point of reference when it comes to that, but they haven't seen that. They hear about it. They might see old videos about it and shit like that, but they haven't seen it firsthand like we did. When we was growing up in the 80s and 90s, we saw shit. I saw my uncles and older cousins whoop the police, not letting the police play with them. I seen that I seen my uncle slam the police on the hood of a car. I seen my cousin two-piece one officer and then whoop another officer by itself, whoop two officers by itself. This the type of shit that I seen firsthand. I didn't just hear about this shit. But these youngsters don't see that type of shit no more. You know what I mean? The shit that we saw firsthand, you know, black folks standing on something, these youngsters don't see that. They don't see that type, like a Larry Davis. When the last time you heard of a Larry Davis? They don't see that type of shit no more. You know, in real time, like a motherfucker not playing with the police. You know what? Like, we don't see that type of shit no more. So, you know, I can't really, and then at the same time that we don't see that anymore, or that this young generation has never seen that, at the same time, they getting so much bullshit shoved down their throat because they were raised on social media. And now you have a generation of young adults that have had social media their whole lives. These people in their 20s, they've had social media their whole lives. They've had the internet their whole lives. And, you know, it's only gotten worse and worse as far as its power of influence and its power to, you know, puppeteer and sway people, you know, social engineering and swaying people to think what they want to think and be the way that they want people to be and all of that. Like, this is all these young people know. So I can't really fault them or count it against them for real. Because like I said, they didn't have the same point of reference that we had. You know what I mean? And even the generations before us, you know, George Jackson's and people like that, like they like, it's like up until the 90s, we all had our different like points of reference that we could look at and say, you know what, that, you know, we could be proud of, like that nigga didn't take no shit, or those people didn't take no shit. You know? So, you know, I can't really count it against them. Game oriented, good looking with the thumbs up gift. You dig? Appreciate you. eBooks, good looking with the $10 holla. Don't you expect too much from normal folks when you got activists and militants selling out Jamar and Tariq on Vlad, Al Sharpton, Rat for the FBI, Jesse Jackson Jr. taking bribes, and Umar begging like a bum. See, eBooks, you hitting it right on the head. See, this is the points of reference that I'm talking about that these young people got nowadays. You know, times is just different now, and I, you know, like I said, man, I can't really. And I ain't trying to be one of them old niggas that's like, these youngsters ain't this and these youngsters ain't that, always pointing the finger, but at the same time ain't doing shit and ain't showing them nothing for a better example for them, but I'm pointing the finger. I'm not going to be one of them old niggas. And then, you know, one thing I do is that I do my best to stay youthful. You know, because staying youthful is just so important, man. And I do my best to like not get too far removed from my youth and what it feels like to be young, so that, you know, because the better you understand what it feels like to be young, the older you get, the better you can connect with young people, the better you can get cooperation with young people, because pointing the finger at them and criticizing them ain't gonna get no cooperation. But if you can understand where they coming from and remember what it's like to be young, you know, the better you're going to be able to connect with them. And then two, like I say all the time, man, I can't criticize them too much, because if I was 20 something years old right now, I would be just like them. So how am I better than them? Because I come from a different time that I didn't choose. I didn't choose to be born when I was. I didn't choose to grow up with the influences that I grew up with. I didn't choose none of that shit for myself. I was just blessed to get the things that I got and be born when I was born, where I was born, and all that shit. Like, you know, it could have been better, but I'm fortunate. I appreciate, again, when I was born and where I was born and the influences that I had growing up and all that shit. But I didn't choose none of that shit. I didn't say, you know what, I want to be born in 1981 in LA and I want to grow up like this and I want to have these type of people influence me and I want to see this and see that. I didn't get to choose that shit. So on the same token, these young people, this young right now, they didn't choose when they were born, or the types of things to influence them, or the world that they grew up in. They didn't get to choose that shit. And if God chose for me to be born when they was born, I would be just like them. All the shit you saying about them, you would be the same thing if you was born when they was born. So, you know, the best thing you could do is, as much as you can, you know, we all only individuals, man, and we all scattered. We ain't on code about shit. But the only thing you can do, man, is the people within your reach, just be the best example to them that you could be, man. That's all we can do right now. I suppose the prince says, shit, I've been here since Genesis 1:1 in the beginning. A long time. For sure. They coming after Denzel as well. No one leaves this earth unscathed. And see, that's the thing that, you know, like I said, that's why I said they might as well call us Pinocchio. We ain't even black no more. They might as well just call us Pinocchio people, because we ain't nothing but puppets. You know, because the main people, and I, you know, I ain't really heard nothing about Denzel. I don't know. They might be coming after him, but whatever. But if they do, it's going to be mainly black folks criticizing and condemning and down talking Denzel. It's going to be black folks. They always get us to fight against ourselves, join them to fight against ourselves. That's what they always do. They keep running the same play on us, and we keep falling for it every time. Reading these comments. Mac O says, what smut does Denzel Washington have on his name that would disqualify him from being the face of the black community? Nah, see, you know, this is what us as black folks just don't consider, right? You know, it's important for us to have, you know, role models and people to look up to. You know, you have some people that'll say, oh, you know, celebrities ain't supposed to be spokespersons for our people and this, that, and the third. And, you know, to a certain extent that can be true, because sometimes you have celebrities, you know, addressing things that they shouldn't address and speaking in ways that they shouldn't speak and so on and so forth, right? But at the same time, we need celebrities to, you know, again, that point of reference that we can look to and say, you know what, that's a solid black man, right? And Denzel, for a very long time, has only been revered and admired as a black man. That's it. You know, but let them people decide that they want to smut and dirty his name up. We gonna be the first ones to jump on it. You know, shit be crazy, right? Like this just give you an example. Damn, I wish I could find that post, man. Let me see if I can find that shit, man. I just want to, this is an example of what we do as black people. And if I can't find the post real quick, then I'm going to just tell you about it. It's always us. It's always us, man. See if I can find this shit, man. In the meantime, if you have not wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. Oh, this stupid ass shit. Safari be getting on my nerves sometimes, man. But okay, so I'll just tell you about the shit that I seen on Instagram, right? But you know, we all see this shit every day, and if we're not seeing it, we're doing it. We're being a part of it. We're feeding it, right? But I seen a post the other day of the Nicholas brothers. And if you're not familiar with who the Nicholas brothers are, they were two brothers that were a tap dancing and just all around dancing period duo. And they was the shit. Like if you ain't never seen any clips of the Nicholas brothers, go back and check them out, man. They all over social media now. You can find them on Instagram, YouTube, all the shit, right? But the Nicholas brothers was cold. They was some cold ass dancers, right? From the 1930s is like when they started, taking off and becoming famous for their dancing, right? Back in the 1930s. But anyway, I want to say it was like in the early 90s, they were at some type of ceremony, award show, or what have you, and they reenacted an old dance from a film that they were in. They reenacted that shit to a T, right? And by that time, they probably was in their 70s or some shit like that. But it was a dope clip honoring the Nicholas brothers. And so I go to read the comments, and it be shit like this is the reason why I don't even like reading comments on certain posts, because it's always some shit like this. It was a nice, tribute post to the Nicholas brothers, talking about they, accolades and good things they done throughout their career. And then you had this chick to get on there and was like, people on here celebrating them, and one of them, he had a disabled child and abandoned his wife and his kid and this, that, and the third, and woo. And that was like the most popular comment on the post and had the most likes. And of course it would be a black woman to make that comment, right? And all of that is true. One of the Nicholas brothers had a baby with Dorothy Dandridge, and it was like an emergency situation, and Dorothy Dandridge needed to get to the hospital, but the Nicholas brother that was the father of the child, he was somewhere high on heroin, and so he didn't take her to the hospital in time, so the baby wasn't getting oxygen for an extended period of time. Long story short, the baby ended up being born with these disabilities and shit like that, right? And that is true. But see, what I want people to understand and not forget is that, we all human beings and we all got our shit. Now, was that a fucked up mistake for him to make? Yes, it was. But we all fuck up at one time or another. Whoever that broad was that made that comment, she probably done some shit even fouler than that. But because she's able to have the security of a comment section, we'll never know that about her. And what I want people to understand is, like, when it comes to our black celebrities, who don't just, put some undeniable smut on themselves that, we just can't overlook. If it ain't for that, for us to like go digging, because that's what we do. It's like we dig for everybody to see if they got some smut. And it's like, oh, yeah, we dug on Denzel Washington. Okay, he ain't got no smut right now. We'll come back next year, see if he got some smut. Like, that shit is crazy. And because along with us loving to consume, we love drama, we love gossip, we love bullshit, we love dirt on people's names. We just take that shit and run with it and eat it up like candy. Right? And we all act like we ain't never fucked up. We ain't never made no mistakes. Or we act like because this person is a celebrity, you know, they supposed to be spotless and without blemish at all times. You know, they can't blink wrong. And if they do blink wrong, we gonna put the magnifying glass on that shit and we ain't gonna stop talking about it forever, for the rest of their life. Even after they gone, we still gonna be talking about it. Yeah, man, back in 1987, man, that fool blinked wrong, man. Ever since he blinked wrong, man, shit, I ain't liked his ass, man. Shit. Nigga a celebrity and he on TV and shit blinking wrong. What's wrong with him? That's how we act as black people. You know, and, you know, if we understood the bigger picture, which was getting people to respect us, getting people to, you know, understand that they can't just treat us any kind of way. If we understood that, then we wouldn't be so quick to attack our people, even if they were wrong. Because again, they people could be wrong, but they don't join us to attack their own people the way that we do. They people could be wrong as shit, but they not going to do what we do because they understand the big picture. They understand that that's going to make them look weak. And if they look weak, then people going to feel like they could treat them any kind of way and start treating them any kind of way and start disrespecting them and start, you know, capitalizing on that weakness, exploiting that weakness. That's what they're going to do. But, you know, we do that to ourselves all the time. Hold up. E-books, good looking with the $5 holler. Speaking of offensive humor in the game, do you got limits chopping circles? I guess you mean limits in chopping circles. Has a P lost his cool during the chopping circle, or you don't cross lines? That's a good question. Now, a seasoned chopper in a pimp circle, just chopping at another pimp, knows how to do it in a way where he doesn't cross that line. Right? Also, with a seasoned chopper like myself, when the line gets crossed against me, I don't lose my composure because I see that as one step closer to victory. If I get you out of character, if I make you call me a bitch or, you know, threaten me or something like that, I done won. You know, and again, see, this is the typical thing with black folks. You know, it's unfortunate to say, but it's the truth. You know, the pimping just so happened to be black, but a lot of these dudes that I done chopped up, I've had them do that with me. I've had different guys call me out my name. I've had different guys threaten to harm me just off of something that I said to them. You know, and mind you, in a chopping, I don't lie on anybody. I'm never going to lie on you. I'm never going to call you a bitch or disrespect you in that type of way. I'm going to chop the shit out of your ass with the truth, though. That's what I do. But, you know, everybody isn't able to handle it the same way, and everybody don't, but it all, like, man, see, the thing is, as far as that goes, that along with everything else in the game, man, how you are in the game is going to depend heavily upon what type of man you were before you got in the game. And it's unfortunate, but the game is flooded with guys who came into the game as boys that never developed themselves into men. And then it's like their growth gets stunted when they come into the game. A lot of dudes. See, if you come into the game as a man already, you still going to be green when you come into the game because, as we say, don't nobody come into the game with the game. But if you come in as a man and you have the foundation of a man, then you're going to grow and evolve as a man. But a lot of dudes, like I said, they come into the game as boys and never develop into manhood, and they just carry on through the game for years, some people decades, and they just remain boys mentally. And a boy you could play with, a boy you could spin around and have your way with and all that type of shit. So, that's and then, also with a boy, you can do certain things to get him emotionally charged. And, once somebody is emotionally charged and overwhelmed by their emotions, then you can have your way with them. Right? And that's what's been happening with us for a long time. It's going to keep continuing to happen. It's going to stay happening. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. Because ain't nothing changed. For generations upon generations, we cry about shit. But we have not figured out as a people, of course there's individuals among us who understand it, but we have not figured out as a people that if we really want respect in America, we got to hit them people where it hurts, which is the wallet. If we just put one demo down against one, undeniable force in America, if we just put one demo down, we would have so much more respect, and we would get so much further as a people in America. But we so far away from that, it ain't even funny. Ye made millions right back, did he not? When? When you talking about after they took his billions, he made some billions back? When he do that? Because last I knew, Ye can't even perform where he want to perform. The venues and shit like that, Live Nation and shit. It's just like stuff like that, right? Like the way Live Nation be playing with people. Just imagine if us as black folks said, you know what, we ain't fucking with Live Nation for the whole 2027. Any event that Live Nation put together, black people, we ain't going to none of that shit. And what would be even colder is if on the same token, the black performers was like, for the whole 2027, we ain't performing under nothing with Live Nation. Because they be playing with people, man. They ain't got no problem benefiting off of us, but when they don't like something, they be playing with people. But Ye can't perform where he want to perform and how he want to perform and all that shit. So with him not being able to even do that, I don't remember, when did he make billions again after they took him? After they took the billions away from him, when did he make billions again? That's news to me. Right. Right, like Matt goes say, crazy part is that it's enough money in this chat to make a power move. Yeah, you know, it. We just need one demo, man. If we could just like effectively put down one demo, man, shit would change. If we just stop eating McDonald's, and that's an easy one. If we just stop eating McDonald's, that's an easy one. Because first of all, it's bullshit cheap food and everything, but that shit, McDonald's is way, you know, it's way more expensive than it should be, and it's way more expensive than grocery shopping and eating at home. But you know, I know a lot of people don't make time to cook at home and shit like that, so they eat fast food, especially people that got kids and work multiple jobs and all that type of shit. I know McDonald's is just super convenient, but there's other convenient options though. You know, even if it had to start with us just being like, you know what, we ain't fucking with McDonald's, but we'll fuck with any other fast food restaurant. We'll fuck with Jack in the Box, Carl's Jr., or just pick one of them and just don't. But McDonald's is the biggest one. That's why it would be best to do McDonald's, because, you know, McDonald's got the most locations across the whole country. Unlike, you know, they don't have Jack in the Box everywhere. They don't have Hardee's and Carl's Jr. everywhere. You know, they don't have Wendy's and Rally's everywhere. But they got McDonald's every damn where. So if we just put a demo down and said, you know what, we just ain't fucking with McDonald's. We don't have to vocalize that we'll fuck with other fast food spots. That could go unsaid. But just, we ain't fucking with McDonald's for the whole 2027. You know what that would do? Man. Man. We would, our respect level would go up drastically. Trust and believe. Low Joe, good looking with the $2 holla. Have you read the Ye New Slaves 2013 lyrics? Nah, I haven't. I ain't even hip to it, but I had to check it out. Cause I haven't seen it or read the lyrics. You blame Kardashians for Ye losing bread though? No. Man, Kanye lost his bread because then people didn't like the way that he talked. They didn't like the way that he talked, and I'm pretty sure they approached him to make him apologize, and when he didn't want to apologize, they stripped him. You know, I can't really blame the Kardashians for that. And at the end of the day, Kanye is a man, a black man. So, you know, you gotta be held accountable as a man for your own actions. You know, no matter how somebody may influence your actions, at the end of the day, they're your actions. And as a man, you shouldn't allow somebody else to be able to influence you to a point where you saying and doing things where you don't want to say and do. But Ye did that himself. I hate to say it, but it's true. But, you know, at the same time, I'm not mad at him for saying what he say. Now, you know, it's crazy how you have somebody like a Chud the Builder that say, you know, using the N-word with the hard ER is freedom of speech. And you have all these other people that claim this, that, and the third as freedom of speech, but man, let one of our people say something that they don't like. You're not free to speak like that. Not when we allowing you to have all this money in your pocket and live the life you want to live and all that. Nah, your speech is not free. Let them broke motherfuckers, say they got free speech, but yours, no, you can't say what you want to say. You're going to say what we want you to say, and you're not going to say what we don't want you to say. But I'm not mad at Kanye for not apologizing. I actually respect him for that. The closest thing that this generation has seen to somebody really standing on something is Colin Kaepernick. Shout out to Colin Kaepernick, man, because he rode that all the way till the wheels fell off. Even when they was putting pressure on him, and even when it hurt his NFL career and all that shit, man, Kaepernick stood on that shit. But unfortunately, this young generation, they don't really have very many examples of that. Man, that's a good question. Don Supreme 100 says, Freeze, do you think South Central, Compton, Watts, LBC would be different if Bunchy Carter never was killed at UCLA? It's hard to say, man, because see, it wasn't just about killing Bunchy Carter. It was about dismantling the Black Panther Party, which Bunchy's demise was a part of that bigger picture. And, the unfortunate thing for the Panthers is that they were very young and they didn't have any wise elders to look to for wise counsel. If the Panthers would have had somebody like that, man, like how the nation had an honorable an honorable Elijah Muhammad. If the Black Panthers would have just had some kind of wise counsel to navigate through the bullshit, then I think not just LA, like you say, South Central, Compton, Watts, Long Beach, and all the other, Black communities. I think if the Panthers would have been able to be wiser and able to continue, then I think definitely would have, not just LA County, but ghettos all across America. I think we all would have been better off as Black people all across America, where everywhere that we had a Black Panther Party chapter which was like all over the U.S. If they would have been able to continue, man, it would have been good. Because one thing I loved about the Panthers was they heart. They wasn't scared of a motherfucking thing. That's what I love about the Panthers, man. But see, along with that fearlessness, you got to have some wisdom to balance that shit out. And they just didn't have the wisdom because, like I said, they were so young. People don't really think about that and consider that, but the Black Panther Party, man, them dudes was young. They was youngsters, man. Like, people don't really consider that. Like, as legendary as they were and as brilliant, because they had some brilliant minds in the Panthers, man. Brilliant minds. As brilliant, militant, and fearless and all of that as they was, man, those guys were young. They were some young guys, man. And they just didn't have the right kind of counsel, man. The right kind of wisdom behind them. If they would have had, that's all they need. If they would have had that, man, I think they would have made it a lot further. And if they would have made it a lot further, it would have been better for our people. You know, because you had other organizations and groups of people that was for black people, but none of them had the influence and the respect like the Black Panther Party did amongst black people. Right? See, the Nation of Islam was powerful, but you know, there's a lot of people who didn't believe the same thing that they believed. Right? And it was their belief system as powerful as they are and were even back in those days, and as much of an impact as they made, it still stopped a lot of people from aligning with them because they didn't believe what they believed, right? But see, the beautiful thing about the Black Panther Party, it was for black people. It didn't matter what your spiritual belief was. You know, we all was gathered, even though the Nation of Islam, you know, they for black people as well, but it's just certain black folks who wasn't going to align themselves with that. But the Black Panther Party, on the other hand, it was about black people. So, you know, that's something that we all can resonate with. So that's what made the Panther Party so powerful. But man, they just needed that wisdom, man. If they would have had that wise counsel, man, ain't no telling where the Black Panther Party would be right now today. Probably would have fucked around and had a Black Panther Party president. Probably would have been, you know, Republican, Independent, Democrat, Black Panther. You know what I mean? They would have been a recognized party just like them, you know, if they would have had that wise counsel, man. The Titan 24 said, just seen Huey P. Newton's wife the other day. West Oakland tuned in. Dig that. That's what's up, man. That's a beautiful thing right there. I've been said we need militant as well as marching. You know, like I said, man, the Black Panther Party, man, they was on point. They just was young, man. You know, because just imagine, like, you know, like for those of us that are older, like just think about yourself when you was younger, man. You know, we do a lot better when we got that wise counsel, man, and they just didn't have that. The key is to repeat the Black Panther Party's successful moves and learn from the mistakes. Mac O says, yeah, but see, this is what you got to keep in mind too, man. Like, to be honest with you, the Black Panther Party probably couldn't have came about at a more perfect time. Just the way that the world was when they formed, it was just a perfect time. And right now, the way the world is now, man, it's just like such an uphill battle. It's so many things working against us. See, when the Panthers formed back in the 60s, man, we didn't have nearly as many things working against us as we do now. See, now you have Bloods, Crips, Pyrus, Hoovers, Gangster Disciples, Black Disciples, Black Stones, Vice Lords. You got all these different things that the Panthers really didn't have to compete with. Now, at a certain point, they kind of was competing with, certain organizations in Chicago, but those organizations in Chicago weren't as powerful as they ended up becoming with the removal of the Panther Party. Right? See, back then it was just a Chicago thing. You didn't have those organizations from Chicago. They hadn't yet, because they were still kids too. They hadn't yet went all around the country and, set up shop in all these different black communities like they ended up doing, right? And the Bloods and Crips, you know, came at the tail end of the Panthers, doing their thing. So now that's that much more of a challenge. You got all these different, heavily influential gangs and street organizations that, would have to be competed against. That's just one big challenge to get past, let alone everything else, social media and the way that influences people's minds. Like I said, man, the Panthers, they just came at a perfect time. It's just fucked up that they couldn't continue, man. It's fucked up they couldn't continue. Now would be it's like one of the worst times to try to put something like that, to bring a force like that into the world right now. It's so many things to fight against. Brother Bill, good looking with the $2 holla. Glory to God for this game. Long live Philip Brandon Gilmore. Good topic. For sure. Appreciate you, man. E-Books, good looking with the $2 holla. How about Dr. York? The real of Bro Polite prototype. the real or Bro Polite prototype. Yeah, I've heard of Dr. York, know very little about him, but I'm not super familiar with Dr. York to really say anything good or bad. I know he got a lot of criticisms and he got a lot of support, but I don't really know enough about him to speak on him. Don Supreme says, it's crazy how Bunchy Carter turned all the gangs that predated the Crips and Bloods, Slosson's businessmen, to Black Panthers in L.A. Right. And I think it was Batman from East Coast, and original East Side Crips that said it. I think it was him. But, it was an OG that had said, if the Panthers would have been able to continue, man, it wouldn't have been no Crips and Bloods in L.A. And I believe that. It wouldn't have even been no room for Crips and Bloods in L.A. Or they would have never grew to be what they ended up becoming. Because a lot of people don't think about that, man. But, when the Crips started, it was just a handful of kids. Like literally a handful of kids decided to, be Crips. And then, the shit just spread like wildfire. But, this also comes around the time when Bunchy Carter, gets taken out. Which is, that situation there is crazy as hell, man. Bunchy got took out on some fluke shit, man. That was like really some bullshit. That was a brilliant mind right there too, man, Bunchy Carter. But like you said though, because Bunchy was I think Bunchy was a Slauson, or a businessman. He was one of them. I can't remember which one he was. I don't know why I want to say Slauson, but S.W. Delamente, I think that's what you're saying, or how you say your name, says, who's Bunchy Carter and how did he establish himself upon the gang culture? Well, Bunchy Carter, he was able to have the influence he had on the gang culture in LA because he came from it. He was a gang member himself, for one. And then two, by him joining, he was already an influential, like he was a factor in the gang world already. So once he joins the Black Panthers, he still got that reputation. He still got that respect. He still has that power of influence. So when these dudes that look up to Bunchy sees that he becomes a Black Panther, it's like, oh, well, shit, if Bunchy going over there, let me go over there too. I want to go where Bunchy going. You see? And another thing you got to understand is that prior to Crips and Bloods, you know, the gang culture wasn't the same as it wasn't as we know it now. You know, dudes was like part of gangs and shit like that, but it wasn't like, you know, the diehard dedication that we see nowadays, you know, especially from grown men. You know, back in them days, you know, a dude might be a gang member, but when he grow up and like go off to the army or go off to college or some shit like that, he not still repping that gang. It was like really a kid thing. It was like a young, like teenager thing. The gang banging was back then. You know, it wasn't like how it is now where, you know, you got all these prison systems this controlled by, you know, grown ass gang members and shit like that. Like, you know, at least for us as black folks, it wasn't like that back then. You know, once you became an adult, you know, you kind of really grew out of the gang thing. You didn't have no 30-year-old Slossons, businessmen's, gladiators, green jackets, and all them gangs from back then. Them dudes wasn't 30, 40, 50 years old still repping that gang. Right? So the gang culture was very different back then. You know, gang members didn't become as die hard until later on. You know, Bunchy's generation wasn't like that. And then, like I said, Bunchy, even though it wasn't like that, Bunchy was still a factor amongst those dudes. He had respect. So that's why he was able to pull so many of them into the Black Panthers. And then, you know, the Black Panther thing, it was more appealing at that time. You know, these dudes was like the gangs that they had in South Central at that time, they just was like, you know, we from this neighborhood and we don't want people from other neighborhoods thinking they could come over here and fuck with us. So this is what we gonna be. We gonna be the Slossons. We gonna be the gladiators. We gonna be the businessmen. Right? And on top of that, you know, they had white gangs that would come from white neighborhoods to the black neighborhoods and fuck with the kids in the black neighborhoods and just try to terrorize the black people, period. So that's how a lot of them gangs came about back then. It wasn't like we just, you know, we finna just be banged out. Like, no, these different white gangs that's coming from, you know, Downey and Southgate and probably Lakewood and, you know, probably even Compton back then, because Compton still had a bunch of white people. They, you know, they coming from these white communities and coming to the ghetto fucking with us. Nah, we gonna defend ourselves. And they got their gangs that they represent. Okay, this is what our gang is gonna be. You know, we got to come together under one banner. And this neighborhood right here, this is what we is. We gonna be the Slossons, or we gonna be the businessmen. You dig? So the gang culture was just way different back then. And you know, in spite of that, Bunchy was still a factor coming from that. So that's how he had the influence that he had. Right. A lot of people don't know that Don Supreme, even Barry White was a businessman, and they were just about squabbling and getting at the females. For sure. Yeah, Barry White was a businessman for sure. A lot of people don't know that. But yep, sure was. Right, like Eris D says, Crips Bloods ain't nothing but tribal nature. That's really what it is. And even the gangs before them was like, you know, that's pretty much what it was. It's just a tribal thing. But, you know, it just evolved into something crazy when the Crips and Bloods came. Don Supreme says, do you think the dude that created Us organization was working with them people? Because it's crazy how Kwanzaa is being celebrated. Don Supreme, as far as I know, I think I could be wrong, but I think it's documented that he was messing with them people. The dude from the Us organization that has something to do with that Bunchy shit. If I'm mistaken, I think it's documented that he was working with them people. I could be wrong. Cynical Bastard says SGF and SGV and SGV white boys. Or SGV and SFV white boys. Right. Yep. They had their gang shit. A lot of them before we had gang shit. Right, Famo, that's exactly who we talking about, Ron Karenga. Don Supreme, you talking about Ron Karenga. Yep, I think he feds. Right, Famo, that's what I'm saying. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's documented that he was messing with them people. Don Supreme says, do you think the Us organization was working with the police? Because it's crazy how Bunchy Carter movement died and the dude who created Kwanzaa in the Us organization was still alive. Right. Yeah, I believe so, man. I believe so. Like, it wouldn't surprise me, even though I don't know that part of it, but just hypothetically speaking, right? It wouldn't surprise me if J. Edgar Hoover sent his peoples to South Central or Compton and was like, look, this is what we gonna do with y'all, right? Y'all gonna fuck with us. We gonna let y'all rock like this, do your thing like that. In exchange for that, y'all gonna do this for us. And we gonna move like I wouldn't be surprised by that. Because that J. Edgar Hoover was a motherfucker with his punk ass, literally punk ass. J. Edgar Hoover was a cold devil. Cold devil. So, and as anybody who knows, man, J. Edgar Hoover could not stand black people. Hated black people with a passion. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. E-Books, good looking with the $2 holla. Why so many folks claim blood outside Cali? Well, the origins of that E-Books is the dope game in the 80s. Because, when Rocks hit South Central, them dudes, they had entrepreneurial minds. They was already Crips and Bloods and all that shit, but then they start getting money in the dope game, selling rocks. And, they started getting the bright idea to start hitting other cities where that shit wasn't there. And they thinking like, well, shit, if this shit is booming in LA the way it is, shit, we can go to St. Louis, we can go to Little Rock, we can go to, Oklahoma City. We could go to these different places. You know, we could go to Denver. We could go, you know, to Philly. We could go all these different places where they don't even have this shit, and it's gonna take off, and we gonna be the only ones there with it. So we gonna control this shit, right? So just imagine you from St. Louis and this dude or this group of dudes from LA come out there, you know, and they got the sack and they got this, you know, they putting you on, they give you an opportunity to make money, but they just so happen to be claiming some shit called Bloods. They always wearing red and shit, and you don't understand why. And you know, it's brand new to you, and you young, you a teenager. And some dudes from LA come out there to St. Louis. They come to your neighborhood. You know, you a young teenager. They blessing you with an opportunity to make thousands of dollars every day. And, you know, you kicking it with these dudes. You get money with them all the time. So you hearing them say, yeah, blood, wooty wooty woo, blood on Pyru, or nigga on Inglewood Family, nigga on Crenshaw Mafia, nigga. And that shit sounds so cool to you because you a kid and it's brand new, and it's like, what is that? What you mean, Crenshaw Mafia? What's that? Like, Hoover? What's that? You know what I mean? Like, Rolling 60s, man, that shit sound cool, but what is that? You know what I mean? Like, and then you seeing the way they dress, you know what I mean? Niggas coming out there with the khakis and the Cortez and the Chucks and all that shit, and, you know, Pendletons and, you know, red rags and blue rags and all that shit. You know, it was just, you know, they went across the country, like I said, on some entrepreneurial shit, but at the same time, they never stopped representing what they was representing. They had the power of influence on a bunch of young dudes across the country. So yeah, that's why you have so many different, or at least for the most part, that's what made Bloods and Crips nationwide, was the dope game. Now you have other gangs that started after that, you know, but that's what initially made Crips and Bloods blow up around America, was the dope game. So I mean, because, you know, if you really think about it, if it didn't happen the way that it did, you know, either or would have happened. Either you would have had Crips and Bloods all over Illinois, you know, all over Chicago and shit like that. Motherfuckers would have been Bloods and Crips, or you would have had the 5 and the 6 all over California, all over the West Coast. One or the other was going to happen. And it kind of started with the Black P Stones coming to LA. And, you know, when you listen to T. Rogers talk, like, the Black P Stones in the early days, they had a lot more territory across LA than they do now. Now they just have the City Stones and the Jungle Stones, but like I said, if you listen to T. Rogers speak on it, talking about the early days, they had Black P Stones all across different neighborhoods all across LA. You know what I mean? They just, you know, those other neighborhoods ended up evolving into something else later on. But a lot of them different neighborhoods around LA, outside of the City Stones and the Jungles, a lot of them ended up being Black P Stones. But I'm pretty sure what had a lot to do with them, you know, evolving into something else was the Crips and Bloods becoming a thing. Because Black P Stones came to LA before Bloods. You know, they wasn't Bloods at first. They was just Black P Stones. And then when the Blood identity came, they was a foundational part of that. So, so that's just an example there of how, if the Crips and Bloods didn't come to be, then who's to say that we wouldn't you know, instead of being Crips, Bloods, Pyrus, and all that shit, Hoovers and everything like that in L.A., who's to say that it wouldn't have ended up being, you know, a whole bunch of Black P Stones, and then later on GDs and BDs and Vice Lords and all that shit. So, and then like I say, if it didn't happen that way, if Chicago organizations didn't start when they did, they probably would have ended up being Crips and Bloods. So, you know, it was just inevitable, man, during those times for you know, different gang identities to spread the way that they did. Reading these comments, y'all. Don Supreme says, you being from LA, when was the first time you seen Crips and Bloods outside of LA? And do you respect the Crips and Bloods outside of LA? Because I hear some LA guys don't respect it. Okay, well, first of all, you gotta keep in mind, I'm neither a Crip or a Blood. You know, I just so happen to come from that area, but and then Long Beach, where I'm from, is you know, Crip City. Ain't nothing but Crips, ain't no Bloods, right? But whatever the case, me still being from LA, of course, before I started going across the country, I had known of Crips and Bloods being in other cities and states, because you gotta keep in mind, like, that Banging in Little Rock documentary, that shit was big when I was a teenager, right? That shit came out in 94. 94, they had Banging in Little Rock, and they was showing how Little Rock had all these Crip and Blood gangs in their city, and how they was gang banging for real in Little Rock, Arkansas, right? So I saw that in 94 when I was like 13 years old. So as a kid, I already knew that they had different, you know, Crips and Blood gangs in other places outside of California. But the first time I saw that shit myself was in New York in 2002. I was on the subway with this little broad I was fucking with back then. This is before I was in the game. But I was on the 2 train. I'll never forget the 2 train in Manhattan. And me and this little chick that I was fucking with at that time, we sitting there on the train, and a group of dudes had came on the train ridiculously super flamed up. Like, the way they was flamed up, it didn't make no damn sense, man. They was like outrageously flamed up. And mind you, you got to keep in mind, this is the early 2000s, so this is when the Hot Boys was the shit. And, you know, the Hot Boys, they used to wear bandanas on their elbows and their wrists and around their neck and on their head. Like, the Hot Boys, you know, they used to wear a million bandanas and shit, right? So here it is in 2002. I'm in New York in Manhattan on the 2 train, and I see this group of dudes. It's probably about 5 or 6 of them. They come onto the car, and they all flamed up, and they got red rags everywhere. They got red rags on their ankles, red rags on their elbows and wrists, red rags around their face. They just like super duper flamed up. And again, even though I'm not a gang member, a gang banger, or none of that, just by me coming from where that shit is originally from, when I seen these dudes, like, I just was like looking like, nah, this ain't real. Like, you know, and you know, it just tripped me out to see that. But you know, I can't let those guys speak for all of New York, because I believe that New York do got some serious Crips and Bloods out there. But and then too, I believe this was kind of like still in the earlier days of Crips and Bloods in New York. So it was like kind of more of a fashion thing. At least those dudes that I seen, it was more like it was just cool. It was fashionable, as opposed to like really gang banging. You know, at least at that time, what I saw then and there, you know, it was just more fashionable. It wasn't like, nigga, when we see some Crips, we gon' smoke their ass. It wasn't I don't think it was like that in New York at that time. I could be wrong, but at least from what I seen, and then I that was the first time I saw, you know, some LA origin shit in a different place. It was some Bloods on a train in New York. But you know, like I said, from the gang banging that I knew, it just seemed more like a fashion thing to them. Like it was just cool to say you a Blood or cool to say you a Crip. And these Bloods in New York, they not knowing that, nigga, when I was growing up, like, you know, it was hard being a Blood. You know, them dudes that was Bloods like from my generation, not saying I'm a Blood or a Crip or any of that, but I'm just saying the guys that were Bloods when I was growing up, it wasn't an easy time to be no Blood back then. And in the 80s, it was even worse because it was so many Crips. Crips outnumbered Bloods probably 10-1 back then. It was just so many Crips everywhere. Everybody wanted to be a Crip. It was just Crip everywhere. Like, Cripping was just like so dominant. You respected Bloods, like a Blood that wasn't scared to admit that he was a Blood, and like especially in certain areas and certain situations and shit like that, a Blood that stood on it, on the fact that he was a Blood. You respected that because you had to have heart back then. It wasn't like how like even now, not even just in other cities and states, but even in California, you got dudes that claim to be Bloods just because it's fashionable and shit like that. But they don't understand what the original Bloods from back in the day, what they went through to be able to rep that. Like, shit, the motherfuckers had to be hard. They didn't have no choice. Because the way Crips was dominating, if them Bloods back then was busters, it wouldn't be no more Bloods. But you see, Bloods are still here. They still dominant. They still strong. It's because the original Bloods, them niggas, they wasn't no punks. You know what I mean? Not to say that, you know, Crips was you know, Crips wasn't no punks neither, but to be so outnumbered like that and to still be standing on your shit and still have gangs, Blood gangs that been around 50 years and 40 years and all that shit, for them to still be around. Yeah. Yeah, them dudes, they was serious. Especially going to jail. See, that's what you got to keep in mind. Like, it's one thing to be a Blood on the streets. And it's like Crips everywhere you go. If you a Blood and you go to the mall or you go to school or you go to the swap meet or you go to the movies or wherever you go, man, it's just Crips every damn where. You know, and for a dude back then to be flamed up, to have a red rag on you and all that shit, man, like, you had to be for real. So, and then to go to jail. Oh, I could just imagine how, like, being a Blood in the 70s, going to jail, or even the early 80s, being a Blood going to jail. Oh, my goodness. You had to be with the shit. So, yeah, them dudes, man, I give it to them. They had some heart for real. Cynical Bastard says, I remember my first in NY. I was in Long Island and the Bloods tried to jump me at the barbershop. Damn. That's cold-blooded. Yeah, see, you know, I know they got Crips in New York, but I heard far as the jail, like Rikers Island and shit, I heard the Bloods run that motherfucker. Like, the Bloods got that shit sold up. Right, Ashley Banks said it had to be psycho to be a Blood back then. Yeah, just to have a heart, because I can't lie, you know, like a lot of gangs that ended up being Crip gangs, you know, they became Crips because the Crips was just so dominant. So it's like, you know, you can't beat them, join them type shit. But then you had certain neighborhoods and organizations and gangs that was like, nah, we not about to turn Crip. Fuck the Crips. You know what I mean? To have that kind of heart back then, cause like it's like imagine like the whole LA, Compton, Long Beach, like all these different areas is like just dominated by Crips. You know what I mean? Even Inglewood had the Inglewood Crips back then. Like it's just Crips all over the place. And then they come press up on you. You got your gang already established, but they press up on, because that's what people don't realize. Like, yeah, it's a lot of gangs that started off as a Crip gang, but then you have a lot of gangs that were established before they were Crip gangs. They just ended up joining the Crips, but they was already an established gang, like the Hoovers. The Hoovers was already established before they turned Crip. The Harlems, the 30s, they was already established before they turned Crip. It's a lot of gangs like that. You know what I mean? They was already established. They just ended up joining the Crips. But some of those gangs joined because of the pressure. It wasn't like they was just so excited about being Crips. It was like, nah, we can't beat these niggas, man, so we might as well become part of them, you know? So with all of that going on across L.A., for them few handful of communities, they had the heart to be like, man, fuck y'all. We ain't finna join y'all. And if you come over here, we tripping. You know, for Inglewood, the Chain Gang, who later on became the Inglewood families, for them to be like that, the Bounty Hunters, you know, the Pyrus, the Brims, the Bishops, you know, Athens Parks, you know, all of those gangs that was like, I'm pretty sure all of them had been approached about becoming Crips, but they was like, nigga, no. You know, and then they all joined together, the Denver Lanes, they all joined together and become Bloods. Yeah, them dudes had some heart. So. Cynical Bastard says, Legends, Raymonds, Tongans, and Imperial Village, yeah, they was outnumbered. I'm talking about before all of them gangs, though. Before all them gangs, they had a set called Inglewood Crips. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Michael Christian was like the leader of the Inglewood Crips, if I'm not mistaken. I think Tookie said that in his book, I think Tookie mentioned in his book about Michael Christian being an Inglewood Crip. That's what they was called. They was just called Inglewood Crips. But this is before Inglewood was dominated by the Bloods like they is now. You had the Inglewood Crips and then you had the Chain Gang, who later on became the families. But Don Supreme says, Freeze, did you ever get pressed to join 20s or Insane? And why you never took that route? I wouldn't say pressed, you know, but I can recall times where, you know, different dudes was like, yeah, you should be from the hood, or he should be from the hood, or something like that. But ain't nobody ever pressed me and was like, you gon' be from the hood. Like, I never got pressed like that. But and as far as why I never just took it upon myself to get put on Insane or 20s is because I had my father around, man. And my father, he just, you know, he was just active in my life. So, you know, that made that not really appeal to me like that. The fact that my pops was there. Hold on. Eat Books, good looking with the $2 holla. There's no non-Cali YNs claiming Crip or GD though. Non-Cali YNs claiming Crip or GD? What you mean? There's no non-Cali YNs claiming Crip or GD. Nah, there's plenty of them. E-Books, good looking again with the $2 holla. You got students that claim sets. Of course not right now, but I have had some bitches that thought they was like super Bloods and super Crips and shit like that. Yeah, I done had some that just thought they was like they was just about that life like that, but yeah, it's funny. The Bell, good looking with the $5 holla. People not familiar with Oregon and Washington don't know gangbanging been jumping off since the 80s. Cali Cats in the movie Colors influenced this. Right. The Bell, and, you know, that and the dope game as well. You know what I mean? I'm already knowing all of that played a role. But like you said, especially, and that's another thing too, Colors. Colors was a motherfucker as far as the influence go. But yeah, like you said, Cali Cats coming up there, which I'm sure they was coming up there to sell dope. And then at the same time, Colors came out. Yep. That'll do it. Because even though I know that wasn't their objective to glamorize Crips and Bloods, but that's kind of the effect that it had, even though that probably wasn't the intended effect. But I could just imagine, just picture this. And see, I didn't even paint that picture. I was painting a picture of dudes coming out there selling dope and they just so happen to be representing certain things. But just imagine, like, you go to the theater and you see this movie Colors about these gangs in LA. And then somebody from those gangs comes to your city and they selling dope and they got jewelry and jerry curls and they, you know, they fly perms and all that shit, you know, because gangbangers back then had perms, you know, they learned from the pimping and shit like that. But yeah, man, you know, they coming out there permed up, jerry curled up, you know what I mean? And they represent the same shit. Like, damn, you a real Crip? Man, I just seen that shit in Colors, man. Damn, you a Crip for real? Damn, you a Blood? Damn, I just seen that shit on that movie, man. Me and my homies, we just went to that movie theater and just seen that shit, man. You from that gang in real life? You a Blood for real? Like, just imagine that, you know what I mean? Like, and then these is niggas just doing shit in real life that they was doing in the movies, that the actors and shit was doing in the movies. They doing this shit in real life. They doing drive-bys in real life. They gunning each other down in real life, and then they come to your town selling dope, having money, and they with the shit. Yeah, you know that's gonna have an influence. Again, like I say all the time, man, you know, when you young, see, we don't get to pick and choose what generation we gonna be born into and when we gonna grow up and all that shit. So I'm just imagining myself as a 15 or a 16-year-old in Little Rock, Arkansas. I just went to the movie theater to see Colors, and then, you know, some nigga with a jerry curl and a beeper with some khakis on in a red rag hanging out his pocket. He come to my city. He come to Little Rock with the dope sack, and he put a sack in my hand. He put me on, give me opportunity to make some money, and at the same time, every other word out of his mouth is blood and nigga on Pyru, nigga on Denver Lanes or on Crenshaw Mafia, whatever blood gang he from, you know, on Six Deuce Brim and all that shit. You know, I'm hearing him say this shit all the time, and I just seen this movie where it was dudes in the movie acting like him, but here he is in real life. He's what they portraying to be in real life. Yeah, I'm gonna become a blood. I could see that. Especially if my father ain't around. I'm in a little boring ass Little Rock, Arkansas. Yeah, I'm gonna be a blood. You know what I mean? I just know how young impressionable minds work. S.A. Bob, good looking with the $20 holla. My stepdad was a blood from jungles back in the late 70s to end of the 80s. He told me stories that the NOI had to teach them martial arts to fight off 5 to 10 dudes. Yeah, I could believe that, man. And it's funny how you say from the jungles, right? Which means he was from BPS. I remember, for those of y'all who read Tookie Williams' book, Blue Rage Black Redemption, you know what I'm talking about. But in Tookie's book, he mentions a time where in the imperial courts back in the early 70s, this probably before they was even PJ Watts, but you know, in the imperial courts, it was a dude there. He was older than Tookie and those guys, so he was older than the Crips, but he was a Black P-Stone, or back then Black Stone Ranger. And he used to teach martial arts in the imperial courts. So I know that that martial arts thing was something that was instilled in them early, which, like you say, it don't surprise me them picking that up from the NOI. And yeah, this dude though, he was a Black Stone from Chicago. And Tookie was saying something in the book, I think, about how like he used to try to advise them on how to organize themselves and shit like that, but they wasn't trying to hear that shit. You know what I mean? But aside from the NOI influence and the Blackstone or Black P-Stone influence, what I do know is that Bruce Lee influenced motherfuckers like crazy in them kung fu movies and all that type of shit. Cause a lot of them dudes, a lot of black dudes, man, that grew up in the 70s and 80s, a lot of them dudes know martial arts, and not only do they know them, but they vicious with the martial arts. So, yeah, man, that was just a thing back in them days, man. Eat Books, good looking with the $2 holla. Yeah, that's blasphemy, man. Was Monster cross-dressing or just BS from Vlad? See, man, that's the problem with the internet, man. You know, people can just say anything on the internet and people will take it and run with it. And again, this goes back to my original topic of this video. Is shit like that is the reason why we gonna always stay at the bottom as a people, because we just, like I said, you could tell black folks that the sky is falling and we gonna believe that shit. We gonna take it and run with it. But no, Monster wasn't doing no damn cross-dressing, man. See, that's just all a part of what I'm talking about, how, you know, we have these masculine figures, and even though Monster, you know, he didn't become legendary for being a righteous man, he became legendary for being with the shit. But nonetheless, he's recognized as a masculine figure among us. And he had a very strong influence on a lot of us. And you see how people will try to tear him down. I don't even want to mention the individuals who gave that theory arms and legs and perpetuate that bullshit. But yeah, that's some lame ass sucker ass shit, man, especially to like put this shit out there years after he's passed away. And it's like the people that's making this shit up and saying it and putting it out there and spreading it, wouldn't none of them, like a Monster in his prime? Because people do know that, Monster had his moments where he went bad on the drugs and shit like that. But a Monster in his prime, these dudes that's talking about him, and that's what I don't like. Like, if you would never say that to him in his face when he was in his prime, why are you saying it now? And you don't know it to be true. You know that's not true. You know you don't have no evidence, because it's like, where's the evidence? You know what I mean? And then nowadays, even if somebody do come with some evidence, 9 times out of 10, it's some AI bullshit. So it's like, that was never proven to be true, man. So like, don't even, like, leave that alone. You know what I mean? In my book, that shit never happened. Because if it did happen, with Monster being as notable as a figure as he is, that would have been out there before he even died. And, also because of how notable of a figure he is, somebody would have had some proof. If he was just outside, because they were saying he was downtown LA doing this shit. If he was outside in public doing this shit, somebody would have had a video or a picture or both or all that shit showing this. Why didn't nobody show that? Because it ain't true. Never happened. Me, I don't believe everything I see and hear on the internet, especially when it comes from people who don't like theyself, man. And that's what it be, man. A lot of these niggas don't like theyself. And, like I say all the time also, man, some people, their sole purpose on this planet is to distract the great motherfucker from being great. That's it. That's some people's whole purpose in life. Their whole purpose in life is just to distract a great motherfucker from being great. That's it. They ain't got no other reason to be on this earth, man. So, with that being said, man, some people just gonna talk. And that's all they gonna do. Some people don't know how to keep their mouth shut or keep their thoughts to themselves or any of that type of shit. But hell nah, man. Monster wasn't no damn. Come on, man. Hell motherfucking nah. Right. Sepulveda the Prince said, laugh out loud. Hell yeah, I learned how to flip because of Bruce Lee. Yeah, man. See, when I was a kid and Bruce Lee died before I was even born, man, in the 80s, man, like, and not just, of course, Bruce Lee more so than anybody, but like them Kung Fu movies, man, that shit was popular as hell back in them days, man. Why you think you got the Wu-Tang Clan? They was influenced by them Kung Fu movies and shit like that. So that was just them times, man. It was a lot of dudes into the martial arts back then. '90s Baby the University says, it seems like Chicago gangs had more Masonic and religious influence in gang culture or gang literature. Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine so. It definitely appears that way for sure. Ebook said Bruce Leroy. Right, you know what I mean? Bruce Leroy for sure. Last Dragon was the shit. Ashley Banks says, my karate teacher in high school was an old school dude with a 70s hairstyle. Yeah, man, a lot of brothers was influenced back then, man. A lot of cats was influenced by that. kung fu movies and shit. And then a lot of cats was influenced by Rocky too. You know, Rocky just made motherfuckers want to be good at fighting. You know, for real. Right, the Bill say the Chambers brothers came out of Chicago, or came out of Little Rock, put in work in Michigan. Yeah, for real. Put in major work in Michigan, them Chambers brothers for sure. Had Detroit sold up, you dig. Game Oriented says, there's a reason why Gov took out the Chiefs, because those brothers came back from the war and martial arts. Yeah, man. You know, and that's another thing too, just like Don Supreme mentioned Bunchy Carter. You know, I think the Chicago organizations, you know, if they would have been able to carry on and become older and wiser on the streets and not behind bars, like Larry Hoover and Jeff Fort, man, if they could have remained on the streets, I think things would have ended up differently, man. Things would have been a lot different in a good way. But they hate them dudes, man. They ain't gonna never let them see. They try to make it seem like they was gonna let Larry out, man. They hate that man with a passion, man. And that's the last thing they want to see is him on the streets at all. Now, of course, it's gonna be certain individuals, like say they was to let Larry out right now, man. Of course, it's gonna be certain individuals that's gonna be, you know, rogue and not willing to follow his lead and listen to him. But you still gonna have a lot of dudes, man. Like, he would have a lot of power, and I think it would be a good thing, man. Larry and Jeff, man. If they ever let either one of them dudes out, man, or both of them, it would be a beautiful thing. But they ain't gonna let it happen. I think it would produce more good than harm, for sure. '90s baby, the university said Rocky used to be getting beat up. Yeah, man, but you know, Rocky, he could take a beating though, man, and man, he'll always come out on top. He'll always come out on top, man. Somehow he'll be beat the fuck up, but he'll still win somehow. Ebook says it's up to the governor. Hopefully they can pressure him during election season. That ain't gonna happen, man. They ain't finna let them dudes out. Game Oriented said the GDs and Blackstones would have gone legit. Yeah, man. And see, again, like I say, especially like Jeff Fort, man, for him to have such a brilliant mind at such a young age, man, like Jeff Fort was a cold motherfucker, man. And he was just young. He's another individual like him and the Blackstones, man. Them dudes, they just wasn't scared of nothing. But he was so young, though, man. He just didn't have that wisdom. Larry as well. Larry's just the type of power that Larry had, man, was like ridiculous. And that's what they didn't like about Larry, man. He just had too much power. Free the chairman and Chief Malik. Shout out to the 5 and 6, the Shy 5 and 6. Support for the Prince. Indeed, man. For real. Don Supreme says, why do you think real gangsters like Monster Cody, Raymond Washington don't get talked about enough for not snitching, and other gangsters from other areas get glorified more and they snitches? Well, unfortunately for at least for Raymond, you know, Raymond spent a lot of his, like a lot of them years where the Crips was like really, you know, establishing themselves and taking off. Raymond spent a lot of them years in prison. But then also, you know, even though Raymond was putting the flag down in prison to see, you know, the Crips that you have in Northern California, like Stockton and Sacramento and all that shit, I believe a lot of them, you know, started in prison because Raymond was in Tracy recruiting motherfuckers from different parts of California and getting them to turn Crip. So Raymond was like, he was in the joint representing for the Crips, you know, and getting dudes to become Crips, and then when they got out of prison, they'll go back to wherever they was from and establish Crip sets out there. And probably not for all of those gangs in Northern California, but the Crip gangs in Fresno and Stockton and Sacramento and all that shit, I would believe at least some of them, you know, got started through Raymond some type of way. But but that's a big part of the reason why Raymond doesn't really get, you know, celebrated and recognized the same way like a Tookie would, because Tookie was on the streets, you know, and Tookie was like, he just was like a monstrous figure. He was on swole. Everybody wanted to be like Tookie. And he was highly with the shit. You know, he was responsible for a lot of different areas becoming Crip. He was on TV. You know, Tookie was just like a billboard for the Crippin' back then. So, of course, that's why somebody like him would get celebrated. But as far as why snitches get celebrated, man, you know, a lot of people are either snitches themselves or they would snitch if the right type of pressure was put on them, man. So, you know, a weak motherfucker is always gonna relate to and admire another weak motherfucker that's doing some, you know, even though they weak, they doing some admirable shit. So, yeah. Ashley Banks say, damn, Fort's still alive too. Imagine if they let him out. Yeah, they ain't gonna do that, man. Game Oriented say Jeff Fort had connects with other government. Of course, the FBI, CIA didn't like that. And this was during the Cold War. They didn't want black people going with Russians or Chinese. Yeah. Jeff was a cold motherfucker. He was fucking with Noriega and all type of shit, man. Like, Jeff was a cold dude, man. Or I don't know if it was Noriega. Was it might not have, Noriega or Idi Amin, one of them motherfuckers, man, Jeff was fucking with. Jeff was a cold dude. Raymond died too young is one thing. That too. And see, like Sepova the Prince say, the combination of Raymond dying so young and then spending so many of like the formative years of the Crips behind bars, I think, because Raymond was a brilliant mind. He was a smart dude, and he was about structure, at least from the way it seems, like the stories that I hear and things that I've read. Raymond seems to have been like he would have been more about organization and structure. I think if he would have like all them years where the Crips was being established, like in the 70s and shit like that, if Raymond would have been able to be on the streets during them times, I think the Crips would have been a lot more organized, a lot more structured, and they wouldn't have ended up becoming as wild as they did. I think if Raymond would have been able to stay on the streets and he would have been able to stay alive. Sepulveda Prince says, and just to get the record straight, no Crips did not get started by the Black Panthers, and no Crip did not start off as meaning community revolution and progress. That came later. Yeah, Sepulveda Prince speaking facts for sure. Yeah, no, the Black Panthers did not start the Crips. And when you listen to OGs that's going to keep it real, they will let you know that community revolution and progress didn't, the Crips didn't start off as that. One of the ones who kind of give like some of the best history is King Baba Louie, rest in peace, from Westside Piru, which originally he was a Crip. He was an Eastside Crip before the Pirus really got established like that. But yeah, he seems to be one of the ones with the best history as far as the OGs go, man. Because I think a lot of OGs be embellishing. You know, it's real easy to embellish things when you far removed from that time and you looking back and you reminiscing on good times and shit like that. It's real easy to embellish. And it's hard for some of those guys to just look at things for what they were and be honest about it. And Baba Louie seemed like he had like the most accurate history of, you know, just the gang culture between Crips and Bloods back in the day. And Baba Louie let it be known, he was like, be honest with you, man, a lot of us couldn't spell. He was like, and we wasn't no Cribs, and we wasn't no Community Revolution in Progress, we was Crips. C-R-I-P-S. That's the way he said it. He was like, we was Crips. C-R-I-P-S. Crips. Oh, shit. Rest in peace to Baba Louie. Yep, like Eris D say, structure always beats motivation. A system will win. Yes, indeed. And that's why we gonna stay at the bottom, and that's why we failing, and that's why we gonna stay behind, because we motivated to consume, but we not inspired to be structured and create ourselves a system that's gonna be for us, by us. Yeah, we don't think the way that we supposed to when it comes to that. S.W. Delamente says, Malcolm X was a street dude and intellectual. In today's times, they hate a person like this, especially if you're making moves, even as a gang member. Yeah, and S.W. Delamente, the reason why they hate guys like that, like you said, a street dude that's intellectual, is because another way they've played on us is when it comes to a lot of us, we hold the law to such a high regard. And not saying that we should be disobeying the law, but just looking at law and crime the way they want us to is just bullshit. Because they've programmed a lot of us to think that if something is illegal, it's wrong. If something is against the law, it's immoral. And you should look down on it and all that type of shit. And you should be a fine, upstanding citizen, and you shouldn't think outside the box and all that shit. A lot of us are brainwashed to believe this shit, man. And, you know, it just takes for some of us to have certain experiences and, you know, see certain things in life to understand that, man, the legal system and the law ain't about justice. It ain't about right or wrong. It's about dollars. And they make what they want to make illegal so that it'll produce dollars. That's what it's all about. Everything in America is all about dollars. Dollars, dollars, dollars. That's what it's all about. So, but because a lot of us don't understand that, and like I said, we've been programmed to think that, you know, the law is gospel. That's why a lot of our own people hate street individuals that's intellectual. You know, it takes for somebody to have some kind of wisdom to be able to appreciate a type of individual, even though you might live a lifestyle contrary to that individual. Or you might not live the same lifestyle as that individual, but you can still admire and appreciate things about them. You know, we've been programmed to be our own biggest haters. The Bell, good looking with the $5 holla. The government will put RICO cases on all black organizations. Black control and influence would be too much of a threat. White folks love control 100. Yeah. Yeah, that's real, but you know, if our culture was a type of culture where we just appreciated ourselves more and wanted more for ourselves, then we would just be better off. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be a certain type of organization, because again, when it comes to them, we don't see them as organizations. We just see them as white people, but they have these systems and these institutions in place. And when it's time, they're on code with each other. And like I said, one thing they'll never do is join with somebody else to attack and fight against their own. They ain't gonna never do that, but we do that all the time. So, but yeah, they would put RICOs on all of us if we had some type of organizations, but more so than organizations, we just need to have the right kind of culture where we just love ourselves and appreciate ourselves and want more for ourselves as a people. See, a lot of us want more for ourselves as individuals, but, you know, it's not enough of us that want to see all of our people get ahead like them. That's how they are. Spover the Prince says, right, and the reason why the American Medical Association banned natural healing products is because they can't make money off them. Exactly. And see, you know, that's another reason why I love Colombia so much, like I said before, because down here, you know, the economy down here is not fueled by making the society sick and ill and dependent upon medication and all that type of shit. Like, so because of that, the outlook is just different down here. You know, a lot of people look at the pharmacist like a doctor. You know how, like, you go to the doctor, you tell them what's wrong and they'll prescribe you something? That's how the pharmacist is here. You know, and a lot of times in a lot of situations, like for instance, if you go to the doctor for something in the United States and you don't have no insurance, they'll just let you follow through with the visit and charge you, right? Even if they know it's some bullshit, even if they know that they're not going to, like, you know, prescribe you anything or give you a solution, they still going to charge you for the visit, right? But down here in Colombia, if you go to the hospital for something, you ain't feeling right, and you tell them what's going on, the doctor at the hospital here in Columbia will tell you, like, look, you can come back here and we'll see you and we'll charge you for the visit, but really you don't need to see us, because for the issue that you have, all you got to do is go to the pharmacy and tell them, and they're going to give you what you need. So you can either just leave here now and go to the pharmacy, or if you really want us to see you and tend to you or whatever, we'll see you. But I'm telling you now, like, based on what you done described and said, I already know that you go to the pharmacy and they gonna give you what you need. That's how they do down here. You know, so like I said, that's one thing that I appreciate about Columbia, man, because, you know, the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry, they not just trying to bleed your pockets like that. S.A. Bob, good looking with the $20 holla. I find it weird that when Raymond died, they say the Hoovers, the Swans, and or no one knows who did it. However, heard either Raymond or Tookie was a plant. Special how Tookie in one case went down doesn't make sense. Well, as far as either one of them being a plant, I highly doubt that. I can't picture that. But as far as Raymond, though, yeah, they got different stories that float around saying who was responsible for it. But whoever was responsible for Raymond's death, I believe that it's someone that he knew, because that's something that kind of stays consistent with his story, is that whoever shot him, he walked up to the car as if he knew them. And from the people that knew Raymond personally, they say that he would never walk up to a car that he wasn't familiar with, or the drivers of it he wasn't familiar with, because he would teach other Crips to not do that. You know, it's other Crips that have attested to him teaching them, like, you know, you don't walk up to no strange car that you don't recognize. And so for him to walk up to a car and then those people end up gunning him down, it had to be somebody that he knew. That part I believe. I believe that's really what happened. But as far as him and Tookie being plants, no, I don't see that. I can't picture that at all. Because if Raymond was a plant, he wouldn't have spent so much time in prison, for one. And then two, if Tookie was a plant, he wouldn't have been so high on Sherm all the time like he was, and wilding out the way that he did, being high on Sherm. I can't picture them, you know, getting somebody who was addicted to Sherm and somebody that they gonna have in prison all the time, them being plants. I can't picture that. '90s baby, the university said they got 8 balls for the low at the pharmacy out there. I don't know if you could get an 8 ball at the pharmacy out here, but yeah, you can. It's a lot of shit that you can't just get without a prescription in the United States that you can get here without a prescription, for sure. Ryan Marable says, it's all about money. Once again, Freeze is right. Insurance, physicians, hospitals, pharma, industry, all got to get their money first, for sure. And your well-being is like a forethought way in the distance. Don Supreme says, Freeze, you being from L.A., did you ever get to meet Nipsey? And how did you feel what happened to him? And how kids can learn from that situation. Man, no, unfortunately, I never had the pleasure of meeting Nipsey, man. Rest in peace of Nipsey. But, man, as far as how I felt when he died, I was live. Supposed the Prince might have even been in that live stream, man. There's probably some other people in here that was in there too, man. But when I learned that Nipsey had happened to Nipsey, I was live at the time. I was live, and people in the comments kept on saying, man, Nipsey got shot, man. Nipsey got shot. Whoopty whoopty whoop. I was like, man, y'all bullshit, man. Stop playing, man. Because you know how on the internet shit like that be happening sometimes. People start, taking rumors and running with them, man. So I thought that's what was going on with Nipsey, man. The live is still on this channel. If you go back to April or March, the end of March, because what was it, March 30th when Nipsey got killed? Or 31st, something like that? 29th? It was the end of March. And so if you go to my live streams back at that time, man, I had braids back then, but you'll see that I was live when I got the news about Nipsey, man. And I was in Arizona at the time too. It was, man, that was sad. That was a very sad moment, man. It's like at that time, man, because right after it happened, I went to LA and I was out there, went over there on Crenshaw and Slauson. I was on top of the donut shop when the motherfucking when Nipsey's hearse had came through there and all that shit, man. But it's like when that happened, man, it was like a dark cloud just came over LA. For real, man. It was sad. But as far as what kids can learn from that situation, see, a lot of people will say that Nipsey shouldn't have been in the hood. He should have left the hood alone and this, that, and the third. But no, I disagree with that, man. I like what Nipsey was doing, and he was moving in the right direction. It's just unfortunate that by him being a part of what he was a part of and representing what he was representing on one side, it just, man, it made him accessible to the wrong people. Because just by him being a part of what he was a part of, it just when you representing something like that and you come from something like that, because he was representing more than just that, but when you come from something like that, it just makes you accessible to the wrong people. And so, if anything, I would say that's something that the young people can learn from that experience or that situation, is that, if you start becoming successful, remember the people that was down for you when you didn't have shit, people that was fucking with you and rocking with you when you didn't have shit, and keep them close to you. But at the same time, and not only was rocking with you when you didn't have shit, but like people that wasn't there just to benefit off of you some type of way. People that would fuck with you if you didn't have nothing. Keep those types of people close to you. The ones who don't need you. Like I say all the time, man, the best people to fuck with is the ones who don't need you. So keep the people that don't need you but rock with you just because you, keep them close to you, and just don't make yourself accessible to the wrong people. Because if it's true, let's just say hypothetically, because I don't know what's true and what's not. I ain't dug far enough to see the truth in the allegations and things like that. But let's just say that the shitty cuz dude was in fact a snitch. Somebody like that shouldn't even have access to a Nipsey Hussle. He shouldn't even be able to walk up on a Nipsey and start a conversation with him, even though they might know each other from back in the days and, shit like that. Or, dudes that's like dope fiends, snitches, just people like that, man. Like, don't have no business just being able to have such easy access to somebody like a Nipsey Hussle. He's too important. So that's the lesson I could say that should be learned from the young people from that experience, man. Like, he shouldn't have been so easily accessible. Right, like Famo say, we got to run a tight ship, man. And then you got to have people around that's ready for that type of shit. Because with all due respect, man, it's just calling a spade, man. The dudes that was around Nipsey when that shit happened, they wasn't ready for that situation, man. And you got to have people around you that's ready. You know, it's one thing to, you know, for somebody to be quote unquote with the shit, but then it's another thing for somebody to be ready for anything that could happen, you know. And he just needed the type of people around him that was ready, man. And it's unfortunate that he didn't have that. Ebook says, Freeze, do you believe Eric Holder acted alone, or was there a conspiracy behind Nipsey's assassination? You know, I'm not one of those types of people that like speak matter-of-factly about something that you know, it's just too many details that I don't know, and then it's too many people with conflicting stories and shit like that. It, you know, we'll probably never know, man. But whatever the case, whether it was a plot or not, you know, that particular guy shouldn't have been able to have access to a Nipsey Hussle. That's one thing that's irrefutable. For real, the day of Nipsey's service and the day Kobe passed, it was gloomy in LA. Yeah, man, I was in Miami when Kobe passed, man, and oh my man, boy, that shit made me sick. I mean, the Nipsey situation did too, but like Kobe with his daughter, man, that shit just, oh man, that shit made me sick, man. It made me sick even thinking about that shit, man. That shit was, ugh. And all them people, man, them kids with their parents, and yeah, that shit was fucked up, man. I know that was, even though I was in Miami when that shit happened, but I know that was a gloomy day over LA for sure. Game oriented say, you think Messi gonna suffer a similar fate to DMX? I hope not, man. And you know it's crazy, man. Like, see, when you start leaving out the country, and not just leaving out the country, but when you have the luxury to spend as much time outside of the country as I have at this point, man. You know, we just be so wrapped up in our little world, man, that we don't understand if we could just be removed from that, man. A lot of issues that we have will just vanish, just go away. And I be thinking that shit all the time, man. Like, I wish I knew Mess. I wish Mess was like my partner, man. Like, if I could bring Mess out here with me to Colombia, that would probably be the best shit that ever happened to him, man. For real. Because you already know, like, just him being with me, I don't smoke. And that's the type of environment that Mess need to be in. Mess need to be around people and in an environment where there's nothing. I'm not talking about not only drugs, but no alcohol, no cigarettes, no weed, nothing. He need to be in an environment where it's nothing. Just, he don't have no choice but to be squeaky clean. That's what Mess need to be around, man. And, you know, if he was able to be out here with me in Colombia, man, Mess would be straight. Because, you know, fucking with me, not saying it ain't, of course we know in Colombia is drugs available and alcohol, everything, just like in the U.S. But by him coming to a different country and just experiencing something different and being able to live for a little while outside the country and get his mind right and be around motherfucker like myself that don't do drugs, don't smoke, don't drink. I'm going to have Mess in the gym with me every day. We going to be eating healthy. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even like think about him doing no music right away. Just get your mind right, get your body right, get your soul right. Just get all the way right. You know what I mean? And he would be able to do that with somebody like myself outside of the U.S., man. I just wish that I knew where Mess was, and I could just get up on him, man, go get him his passport, and be like, come on, bro, you coming with me, man. We finna go to Colombia, man. Shit, I'll even let Mess do his thing. If he want to do some tricking and shit like that, I'll take him to go get some cool little bitches and all that, you know what I mean? Here, Mess, man, I know you ain't had a good time in a long time, man. Shit, here, go, come on, man. I'll be over here, man. I'll be over here with my back to the door, man. Come on, go do your thing, man. I have Mess lined up with some badass Colombian bitches, man. All that, you know what I mean? Like, but for real though. Yeah, man, I be thinking about that shit all the time, man. I be thinking like, man, I wish I could just take Mess and bring him down here with me, man. Like, that's probably what he need right now. And then not just that, but like it's certain people I know who done died, who done got killed. And, you know, other people that's like in messy situations just strung out on, like, I be thinking to myself like, man, if they could just be removed from the U.S. for a minute, man, and just see a different part of the world and just, you know, breathe some different air, experience a different culture, a different lifestyle, just be removed out of that shit for a minute, man. Cause I be thinking about this shit all the time, man. Like in the US, man, when you black, it's like, it's so many things working against you. It's like as soon as you open your eyes, you under attack when you in the US, man, as a black man. Like the moment you open your eyes, you under attack. You know, if the food ain't gonna get you, the drugs is trying to get you, niggas in the hood is trying to get you. You can't shine too hard. Motherfuckers be jealous trying to, man, it's just so much shit working against you as a black man in America, man. It's fucked up. And I be wishing that for a lot of niggas, man. I be wishing I could take a lot of niggas out the country with me, man, to get away from that shit. It's so much shit. Not saying that it's perfect outside of the US. Ain't no place on the planet perfect, but you know, for us to get away from the shit that presses on us so much, man. Like, man, it's a lot of niggas that need that, man. And Messy Marv is one of them, man. Messy Marv need to get the fuck out the US for a minute. And I wish I could do it for him, man. I'd do that in a heartbeat. What? Oh, Mess, you want to come with me? Come on. My nigga, come on. I got you. You ain't got to pay for nothing. Food, shelter, nigga, I got you. Come on. You know what I mean? You know? For real. But Mike Ray J say, if I had one wish, if I had one wish, man, right about now, that'd probably be the wish that I asked for. On some real shit. You probably think I'm bullshitting. If I had one wish, if I had a genie that I could rub on a lamp and make a genie come out and he give me one wish, I'll probably do that. Yeah. Put Messy Marv down here with me, right? I got an extra room and everything. Yeah, bring Mess down here. I got an extra room for him, bed, everything. Come on, bring him. You know what I mean? Tyler say Mess family failed him for real. I don't think he ever had a solid support system behind him. Yeah, I do know that. He come from his family background is very fucked up. I do know that, man. His family background is fucked up, but you know, he was dealt a bad hand, but at the same time, man, you know, it's just unfortunate that some people just don't get to see and understand life from a different perspective, man. You know, that's why, man, like you say, speaking of family, man, that shit is so important, man. I'm so grateful that my family, like my family was like perfectly imperfect, right? And I'm so appreciative of the fact that my family was perfectly imperfect the way that it was. You know, because a lot of my aunties and uncles was on dope. They were smoking rocks. Both of my parents was alcoholics when I was growing up. But in spite of all of that, I still got all the right shit that I needed. You know, I was protected. You know, I ain't never been touched on as a kid, which is unfortunate that a lot of people experience, you know what I mean, when they kids. You know, I never had none of them type of issues, man. You know, little shit that some people probably would consider trauma. You know, I look at it as like, you know, deposits into me becoming who I ended up becoming, man. You know, I don't hold on to, and it's, you know, it's crazy because certain people in my family who went through similar things that I went through, they probably look back and see it as trauma, but you know, I appreciate the moments, the fucked up moments and shit like that. I don't know. I'm just different, man. I just appreciate all that shit. But in spite of all the bullshit, like I said, I still got the love that I was supposed to get, that I needed to get. You know, my self-esteem was you know, developed and nurtured the way it was supposed to be. You know, I always knew that I was important, and you know, that shit right there is important. So it's unfortunate, you know, when you have somebody so talented like a Messy Marv that didn't get that shit, man, and ended up going the route that he's down right now, man. But I hope something happened for Mess, man. Something good, man. I really do. Because I would just love to see him with that. Because even his latest music, man, from that time that he got out of prison in Texas, which that was what, like 2017 or 18 or some shit like that. From that time, the music that he put out since then, it just ain't the same because he don't have that, he ain't himself, you know what I mean? Some of it is cool, but it ain't that like, it's a distinct difference of Mess before he went to prison and after. It's just like, it ain't the same Mess. And he ain't been the same since like 2013, man. And that's the Mess that I want to see back, man. I want to see that from 2013 on back. That's the Mess I would just love to see again, man. Don Supreme say, I knew Mess was all bad when he started talking about he was a blood and you from Frisco. I grew up in the Fillmore. For a minute, disrespect to Frisco when you saying you a blood or a Crip. Yeah, I ain't gonna say who else, but you know, if you know, you know. But it's other individuals from the Bay that claim Crips and Bloods too. And people got a lot of respect for and shit like that. And they didn't end up going the route that Mess went as far as the drugs and shit like that. But see, like to me, Mess kind of bear a lot of similarities to Tupac. In the sense of, you know, coming from a fucked up family background and just wanting to belong to something. That's how I look at Mess. Mess just wanted to belong to something, man. And you know, I guess originally he was from Pittsburgh or something like that, but when he came to the Fillmore at a young age and Fillmore accepted him, you know, he became part of the Knockout Players, you know, that crew over there in Fillmore that he was representing. And then I guess somehow, some way, the blood influence came about. And, you know, he started repping that. He kind of reminded me of Tupac in a lot of ways because I think Mess did a lot of shit that he did just because he wanted to be a part of something. And same thing with Tupac. You know, if you pay attention to Tupac, he really was just trying to belong to something. So, yeah, it's just fucked up. Explosive Mode 2 was raw. Yeah, man. The first 3 explosive modes is the shit. 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 The first 3 explosive modes is the Yep. The first three, I fuck with all three of the first explosive modes. Hard as a motherfucker. Explosive mode 4, man. Unfortunately, that's when Mess and Quinn they wasn't the same Mess and Quinn by that time. Game oriented say Mess need a hug, laugh out loud. Nah, Mess need to be snatched up and brought down here or brought to a different country with somebody. That's what Mess need. For sure, for sure. E-books, you stupid as hell. E-books dumb as hell. Ray J might need that wish more than Mess, though. Yeah, right about now. Well, a few days ago when he had that fight, he needed that wish. He needed that one wish right now. You know what I mean? Instead of wishing for the bitch, you know what I mean? He should have wished for some victory in that ring. Cause Super High Fire put them paws on that boy, man. Po Ray J. Super High Fire put that Super High Fire to his ass. Oh, shit. Ebook say, Freeze, Ray got knocked out in his Larry Holmes status. What advice would you give him if you could? I don't know if I could really give Ray J any advice, man, because he gonna be who he is. Ray J a wild boy, man. You know, and he's at an age right now where he gonna be who he gonna be, man. I don't really see nothing changing with Ray J. So yeah, I think I'd save my advice for a more suitable ear than Ray J. You dig? Now, if he came to me and wanted some advice, that's a different story. But just me volunteering some advice to Ray J, yeah, I ain't really got nothing for him, dog. Spover the Prince say, I'm glad I grew up with the belt discipline era. Laugh out loud. Nigga that has history of correction. For real. That shit is so vital in your formative years, man. I grew up during that time too, man. I was that little nigga, man. Used to try to hide the belt sometimes, man. But my mom's just always had an extra ass belt, man. Like, I don't know where she, man. Mom's always had an extra belt, man. I swear I used to try to hide the belt sometimes, man, because I got the belt the most. Out of my mom's 3 kids, yeah, I got the belt the most. You know what I mean? She was the belt got the most exercise on my ass, for sure. And I used to try to hide that shit, man, because I already knew I was going to get it. You know what I mean? It'd be times where I do something, I know I'm going to get the belt. And I used to try to hide that shit, man. Moms will always pop up with another belt. Or if she don't got the belt, it's even worse. And that's when mom's going to belt, extension cord, wire hanger, whatever she get a hold of, you going to get it. So if you can't hide all of that shit, if you can't hide all the extension cords, all the wire hangers, all the belts, you going to get it. You know what I mean? I couldn't hide everything. You know what I mean? Shit, mom's going to use something. Shit. And it's funny, man, because, you know, that nowadays, it's like if we just in such sensitive ass times, man. You know, nowadays they'll try to make it like it's such a horrible thing if you get your ass beat with an extension cord or wire hanger or a belt and all this shit. It's like you can go to jail for the shit now and everything, man. But, you know, we had some respect though. Even if we might have grew up and, you know, went down the wrong path and things like that, we had some type of respect though. You know, those of us that got whooped, like racing car tracks, that's another one, man. I done got them all. I done got whooped with the racing car track. I done got whooped with the belt, the wire hanger, the extension cord. Yeah, man, you name it, man. I done had damn near everything, man. For real, man. But You know, you learn to have some sort of respect for your elders, you know, some sort of respect for authority, you know. Yeah, man, but nowadays, like they say, spare the rod, spoil the child. That's why everybody's so spoiled now, man, because it's the law for you to spoil the rod or spare the rod. Ebook say, Freeze, who going out worse, Almighty Suspect or Mess? I don't really know what's going on with Suspect. Is it something new happening with him or something? You know, I don't be watching No Jumper no more, man. You know, I got love for Suspect, but I don't be watching No Jumper though. So I don't really know what's going on. Healthy list, the wealthy one. Good looking with the $20 holla. It wasn't supposed to happen like that, Ray J. That's what he said. It wasn't supposed to happen like that. Oh, shit. Guys Gift say, man, mom's beat me with a broomstick and a pan before. Yeah, man. See, that's the, and see, you know, that's why. See, if you pay attention, you could tell. Them niggas that say anything in the comment section, that talk to you crazy and they wouldn't talk to nobody like that in their face, that's the niggas who never got their ass whooped by their mama when they was little. That's the nigga that like fall out in the store, throw a fit, and then their mama be like, okay, here, huh? And get them whatever toy they wanted, or, you know, I couldn't do that. You know what I mean? I was the little nigga that got the speech in the car before we go in the store. Look, when we go in the store, don't ask for nothing, don't touch nothing, and you better not act up because you already know what's going to happen if you do that. So, because I done had so many demos already, I knew better than to act up in the store, man, because I wasn't just, you know, I did all kind of shit to get my ass whooped, but I wouldn't just sign up for an ass whooping. I wouldn't just volunteer for that, like raise my hand like, here, mine's, whoop my ass. I wasn't that kid. I was just rebellious. I did a lot of shit to get my ass whooped, but nah, some kids, they just never got that. And it shows. Them people that just talk any kind of way in the comment section, they're like that because they've never been checked before. See, when you grow up being checked, then you learn how to check yourself as a man. And, you know, I stayed getting checked by my moms and my pops. My pops didn't really whoop us like that, but I still stayed getting checked by pops, just in a different way. You know, mom stayed checking me with the belt, racing car track, wire hanger, extension cord, all of that. You know what I mean? That's how moms was checking me. But between both parents, you know, I stayed getting checked and corrected. So just naturally as a man, you know, I know how to do that with myself. And I don't just do anything just to do it, you know? So, yeah, you could tell them bitch ass niggas that wasn't getting they ass whooped when they was kids in the comment section saying anything, hiding behind fake profiles and shit like that. That's the ones who never got their ass beat like they were supposed to. Right, suppose the prince say moms be having belts we never knew. For real, man. You know how you think you done seen moms wear every belt, and you just go hide all them belts that you done seen her wear before. Then she'll break a belt out. You ain't never seen her wear this belt. You ain't never been whooped with this belt. You know all the belts you done been whooped with before. Me, I know all the belts. I know all the belts moms done whooped me with, man. And, you know, she'll just break out a belt that you ain't never seen before. Like, where this belt come from? And it be old. So it's like, I know you didn't just buy this belt, but where was this belt at though? Oh man. Yeah, the good old days, man. But yeah, God's gift, my brother James, Man, mom's put the frying pan in his head before too one time. I'll never forget that. Then he had to take school pictures. I shouldn't be laughing at my brother, man. That's my brother. I love my brother, man, but he had to take school pictures, and he in the school picture. He in the school picture smiling, and he got a mark right here from when mom's cracked him with that frying pan. He got a big ass knot right here, and he just. Oh shit, man! Funny as hell, man. It's funny. It wasn't funny at the time, but it's funny now, though. I still remember the sound of that motherfucker and everything. Boom! Mom's cracked bro upside the head with that frying pan. Boom! That ain't cool, moms. Oh, shit. Right, Sepulveda the Prince say teachers used to pop our hands with them long rulers. See, Sepulveda the Prince, I remember them days, man. See, you know, like I said, man, see, the law is just, that's why I say people, you know, people that's just so by the book and just by the law, you know, maybe they ain't lived long. Some people have lived long enough to see certain things that was illegal, now they legal, and certain things that was legal, now they illegal, and all that stupid ass shit. So basically, the law is whatever they want it to be, whatever they feel like it. But, you know, I still remember, P, like when I was in elementary school in the late 80s, I seen a kid get his mouth washed out with soap before. And I've seen kids get popped with that ruler before. Like, I'm old enough to remember those times. You know how they threatened you back in the day? Boy, if you don't wash your mouth, I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap. The teacher used to always threaten us with that shit, right? My first grade teacher, Miss Murphy, man, I'll never forget that shit. If any of us cussed or said something we weren't supposed to say, she used to threaten us that she would wash our mouths out with soap. One day she actually did that shit. You think she got fired? No. Why? Because that little badass kid, parents probably knew that he needed his mouth washed out with soap. So yeah, man. You know, that was them days though, but I remember that. You know. See, these kids, again, these suckers that be in the comment section saying anything, you know, hiding behind fake profiles and shit like that, they ain't never got their mouth washed out with soap, and they needed it, man. When they was kids, it was times where they needed their mouth washed out with soap, and didn't nobody give them what they needed, man. For real. Man. Goddamn, laughed my ass off the frying pan, too. Yeah. Yeah, mom's clock, bro, with that shit, man. Loved by few, hated by many, said the parents' community told on you. For real. I remember them days too, man. You couldn't just, like, if your mom's was at work or something, man, you couldn't just be outside just acting a fool, man. The neighbor's gonna check your ass. Then when moms get home, she gonna check your ass. Move your hand. Chief Apache, for real. See, they ain't never been told that, man. They ain't never been told move their hand. You know what I mean? Oh, shit. And see, you know, that type of shit is necessary, man. It don't take all the time. I mean, it don't take a whole bunch of times, but, you know, they do gotta, right, Sepulveda the Prince said, I've seen the mouth washed with soap too. Laugh out loud. For real, man. You know what I mean? If you was a kid in them 80s, man, especially if you was in the ghetto, you know what I mean, going to a elementary school with a bunch of ghetto ass kids and shit, chances are you've seen somebody get their get their mouth washed out with soap. Ooh, shit, man, boy. That'll teach a motherfucker right, too. You probably ain't gonna be cussing after that. Get your mouth washed out with some damn soap. Like they gonna wash the cuss words. The cuss words is really gonna get washed out your mouth with that soap. Oh, shit. For real, though. Funny as hell. Loved by few, hated by many says, you couldn't disrespect your family name without consequences. For real. As Pope the Prince said, uncles and cousins sock you in your chest for talking crazy. Right, you know what I mean? And see, you know, I grew up, you know, it's a trip now because like everybody I know got girls. Most people like my family and shit, everybody got girls. But when I was growing up, you know, I come from a big ass family and it was mostly boys. It was mostly boys in my family. Like my grandmother had 10 boys. She raised 9 though, because her firstborn son died as an infant. But my grandmother raised 9 boys. And then out of them 9 boys, most of them had boys. Some of them had girls, but most of them had boys. You know, my mom had 2 boys and a girl. So like it was just mostly boys that I grew up around, you know what I mean? So like yeah, that getting punched in the chest by your uncle or your cousins and shit like that, for sure. Yeah. For sure. Hell yeah. And then just getting in fights, you know what I mean? You know, that's another thing, you know, a lot of these niggas ain't never, you know, man, I remember the homie Joe, man, rest in peace to the homie Joe as well, man. When we was little, man, Joe was a year older than me, but me and him was best friends. And man, I used to go fight Joe every day. Cause see, I came out the projects, right? And in the projects, I used to whoop everybody. Except for, I think I told y'all that story. It was one little Mexican boy in the projects named Gabriel, man. He was way smaller than me, man, but I could never beat his ass. I used to whoop everybody but him, man. When I lived in the projects in Pacoima, man, it was a little Mexican boy named Gabriel. We was the same age, I think, but he was just way smaller than me. And we was little, like probably 6, 7 years old. But I could never whoop him, man. I don't know what it was. Like, I used to try to sneak him sometimes. Like, I used to try everything, man. Maybe he just knew that I was going to try him and he was just ready for me all the time, man. But, man, that little motherfucker, man, he used to always get me. But other than him, outside the projects, on the street where my grandma stayed at on Daventry Street in Pacoima, Joe was my best friend over there. And like I said, Joe was a year older than me. And me and Joe used to fight all the time too, because I used to just try to get him. You know what I mean? I might have got him once or twice, but Joe used to get me most of the time though. You know what I mean? We used to fight. I remember one time, and it's amazing that didn't neither one of us get stabbed. I remember we had a knife fight. We was probably like 8, 9 years old. Me and Joe had a straight up knife fight, throwing knives at each other and shit. Crazy, but yeah, man. You know, that be the thing too, man. A lot of these niggas ain't never been outside and had to get into fights and shit like that. Or they probably was the type that as soon as somebody wanted to fight them, they go run in the house and don't come outside no more. And me, I was the kid that I won most of the fights that I had as a little kid, but the very few people that could whoop me, they gonna have to fight me every day. You gonna have to fight me every day until I get you. That's just how I was, man. I'm not, and ain't nobody gonna be able to stop me. Can't nothing stop me. Even though we little kids and shit like that. And you know, I didn't get whooped for fighting, really. If I was like because it was some times where I probably was a bully. If I ever did some bully shit, my moms would probably whoop me behind that. But like defending myself, moms wasn't gonna whoop me for that. So yeah, I was fighting. It wasn't nothing gonna stop me. You know what I mean? I used to have little situations where adults will try to stop me from fighting, and I'm fighting them and getting them up off me to get to who I'm trying to get to. Yeah, I was a handful as a kid, man. It's crazy how mellow I am now because as a kid, boy, I had a cold temper. Like little kid, like up until about probably 11, 12 years old, that's when I started to calm down. But when I was like up until that time, shit, I had a vicious temper. Bro had your number early. Man, he did, man. That little boy Gabriel, man. Gabriel had, Famo said Gabriel had hands. For real, man. I don't, and like I said, he was way smaller than me, man. See, for those of y'all who was little kids back then and just used to fight all, because I used to fight all the damn time as a little kid, man. It didn't make no damn sense how much I used to fight. But any of y'all that can relate to that shit, man, like you looking at this little boy like I'm bigger than him, so I know I could whoop him. But he just got your number though. That little motherfucking Gabriel, man. That little Mexican boy Gabriel, man, he had my number. I can't even lie. Oh shit. Loved by few, hated by many said, had to earn manhood and couldn't run your mouth around grown folks. Yeah, for real. CJ Not say, same thing with my grandmother, mostly boys of 14, but the first child died as an infant. Yeah, my grandmother had 13 kids. Her firstborn was a boy. She had 10 boys and 3 girls. My mother is one of those girls. But yeah, she had 10 boys. Her first one died as an infant. She raised 9 boys and 2 girls. Her first was a boy. Her last was a girl. But yeah, she ended up putting the last one up for adoption, her last daughter. So she raised, out of 13, she raised 11. Yep. Gabriel had hands. That's funny as hell. CJ Not say, yeah, the fact that you said a knife fight as a child is some 80s baby shit. For real. We used to turn off all the lights and fight in the dark. Man, lip busted and eyes swole like a motherfucker in that motherfucker. For real. Hey, man. Hey, it's crazy because, like, when you think about some of the shit that we used to do as kids in the 80s, man, that shit was crazy, man. Like, I'm talking about little bitty kids, man, because I was only, what, shit, when the 80s ended, I was only 8 years old. But, man, shit, we used to do some wild shit back then, man. Shit crazy. Spova the Prince say, oh, nigga, we played fight. We played fight in the dark. We all in the room, turn the lights off and start swinging. Man, for real. just man. But that's just being kids though, you know? That's why, you know, we got some of the most brilliant minds come from our era. And we grew up seeing fly niggas, you know what I mean? Like, we grew up seeing niggas that could fight, shoot, dress, get money, you know what I mean? Like, man, like my uncles, man, they was just some fly ass niggas that was with the shit, getting money. They was just like, man, you know? God's gift say them school calls was the worst, shaking my head. Mama got to leave work because you was tripping. Got home and received the Mortal Kombat belt fatality. For real, man. Yeah. I definitely had the school calling home quite a bit, calling moms quite a bit. Yeah. Especially in middle school, because I was a class clown. Miss Medora, bless her heart, man. Miss Medora, that was my English teacher in middle school, man. I used to put her through hell. She didn't even deserve how bad of a kid I was, man. I stayed disrupting the class. She couldn't even teach with me and that motherfucker. At the office every day. Just being a class clown. Always cracking jokes, fucking with people in the class and shit like that. Yeah. Miss Medora, man. She was a sweetheart too, but I put her through hell. My bad ass. Man. We rode bikes down hills with no helmets or pads and played football like that too. Hey, for real, CJ, not so. In Pacoima, when I was real little, man, it's a hill. It's called Hanson Hills, but on the street, I think that's Defoe. I think Defoe is the street, but man, this hill was so damn steep, and we used to go to the top of the hill and just fly down the hill on bikes, skateboards, and wouldn't give a damn about cross traffic at the bottom of the hill. It was amazing. Didn't none of us get hit by no cars or no shit like that. Riding Sepulveda the Prince, we used to make ramps from bricks and flat piece of wood. Yep. I remember Sepulveda the Prince. So y'all talk about certain shit, take me back to my childhood, man. I remember I was too damn little for one, and then I was on one of them little scooters. I was probably about 6 years old, and my brother and my older cousins and shit, they had made one of them type of ramps with the bricks and the flat piece of wood, right? And my little dumb ass, I tried to go off the ramp on one of them little scooters. I'm about 6 years old, and I wasn't going fast enough. So I just went over the ramp like this, like I went over the ramp like that. I just fell flat face first, and I had scraped my face right here down the middle, like down the middle of my forehead, down my nose and shit. And my cousins and my brother, they was roasting me and shit, talking about I had a racer car stripe down the front of my face. Boy, that shit was funny as hell. That's the good old days, man. When you said that ramp shit, that reminded me of that. Man, niggas used to ride on the back of the ice cream truck to the ice cream man, get mad and come out and chase everybody, and then we'll creep back onto the back of the truck. Man, be like 4-5 deep on the back of the ice cream truck. Yeah, we had the best childhood, man, in the 80s. Go-karts from groceries baskets and two wheels. And wheels, 2 4x4 pieces and a flat piece of wood. Yeah, see, man, I remember back in them days, man, a lawnmower wasn't safe. Because they was making go-karts and mopeds from lawnmower engines. Motherfuckers would steal the lawnmower and take the engine off that motherfucker and turn it into a go-kart or a moped. Yeah, back in the 80s and 90s, man, especially LA County, boy. Your lawnmower was not safe. CJ Knott said, hey, Freeze, hell yeah, it was traffic at the bottom. We tore holes in the shoes. And our shoes trying to break, especially sitting on skateboards. Oh, man, the memories. For real, man. That's the good old days. Ayers D said, I did the same shit on the scooter, laugh out loud, face first into the asphalt. Yeah, man, I had a scar just like this. I had a scar that went, motherfucker went, and they said I had a racing car stripe on my face, man. Man, that shit took forever to heal too, because even after the scab peel off, it's gonna leave a scar. That shit took forever to heal. Got stitches in the chipped tooth. Fortunately, I didn't get no chipped tooth or no stitches that time, but man, I got stitches. I didn't even mention that, man. I stayed fucking myself up having to go to the hospital for stitches. Man, I used to put my mind through it. Moms had to hold me down in the hospital. Moms and nurses and everybody, they hold me down while I'm getting stitched up. And see, now, you know, they got shit that numb you when you get stitches and shit like that. I don't know what it was about back then, but I felt every bit of that shit, boy, when I was getting stitched up, man. Yeah, man, I stayed getting stitches, man. I probably got stitches about 6-7 times when I was a kid. Maybe more than that. Stayed fucking myself up. Right. Spova the Prince said mini bike with the lawnmower engine. Hell yeah. Man, kids was bad back then, man. CJ not saying, hey, bro, I fell pushing the skateboard back up the hill. It hit my face, scraped it, and when it scabbed up in the middle, like a Hitler mustache. Oh, shit. Man, that's the good old days, man. Oh, man, and see, everybody's so sensitive nowadays, man. I'm so glad I ain't got to be a kid now because, you know, all this bullying shit, everybody be wanting to, you know, unalive themselves and shit like that. But that's because they don't let nobody go through nothing, man. That's why they can't handle nothing, because they don't let nobody go through shit no more. But, man, from as far back as I can remember, you couldn't go to school out of order, boy. You was going to get roasted. Man, I've been roasting since first grade, like far back as I can remember, we was roasting, man. Like, you could not go to school with a fucked up haircut. And, you know, I was one of them kids, you know, before moms got her job finally, man, and started making better money and shit like that. And, you know, pops, you know, the earlier part of my childhood, moms and pops wasn't seeing eye to eye and shit like that, man. Yeah, I was going to school with Pro Wings, and I was going to school with XJ 900s, man. You know, those of y'all from the 80s, man, y'all remember them XJ 900s, man. You know, and I for sure had me a few pairs of XJ 900s, man. Woo, shit. Hey, man, that was going to make you get sharp real quick, boy. If you went to school with some XJ 900s on in the 80s, man, you was going to get sharp quick with the jokes, because they just going to let you have it just relentlessly, man. If you come to school with some Payless shoes on, oh, man, they're letting you have it. You are getting roasted to death. So maybe that's why my jokes became good at an early age, man, because yeah, for sure they let me have it with them XJ 900s for sure. You know what I mean? If you come to school with them on, you getting flamed down. With the Stephon Marbury put down the middle. Oh, part down the middle, yeah, part down the middle for sure. Man, CJ not about to say these kids have no idea. Nobody really checked on us. We just played, drank from the water hose. Right, drank out the water hose. And man, that shit used to be the best water. I don't know what it was about that water. And that shit used to be cold and shit. Man, that water hose water used to be the shit. We didn't want to go in the house for nothing. Not even for some water. We drinking out the water hose. Unless we came in bleeding, we was told to go back outside for real. But then, we couldn't wait to go outside too, though. But then at the same time, we couldn't run in and out the house. Like, if you come in the house, you got to stay in the house. And we knew that, so we not running in the house because we don't want to stay in the house. We staying outside. Freeze had a bowl cut. I sure did. Chris said so, said Freeze had a bowl cut. Man, hey, in the 80s, man, I don't give a damn what nobody say, man. When you was a little boy, everybody at some point in time had a bowl cut. The 80s and 90s, you had a bowl cut, man. Freeze ain't the only one. I'm just bold enough to admit it, man. But yeah, for sure I had the bowl cut. Oh, man. It used to be these two old men. they had a barber shop. Cause see in Pacoima, right? On Van Nuys Boulevard, they had Stylesville. Stylesville was like the shit. That was like the barbershop where everybody went. They give you the dopest haircuts and shit. But down the street from Stylesville, it was these two old men named James and Kenny. And I don't know what it was, but moms used to take me and my brother there. But they was some old ass men, so they didn't have like, you know, Stylesville had the young barbers with all the styles, like the name implies, Stylesville, you know what I mean? And you know they'll get you right, but the two old men, James and Kenny, they was some old men, so their haircutting skills was like outdated, you know what I mean? They was some old. This back in the 80s, they was some old men back then. So, you know, yeah, for sure they was giving up the bowl cut. Hey, but see, that was the good old days though, because back then, even at Stylesville, I think at Stylesville for a little kid to get faded up and all that, parts in the hair, designs and all that shit, man, that shit used to be like $8, if I'm not mistaken. And kids, we was different back then, man. Like, we used to help people pump their gas to get some change. We used to help people, old ladies with their groceries. You know what I mean? We'd help, you know, get a little hustle like that. And me, I was a recycling kid. I was that kid that went all over the neighborhood collecting all the bottles, cans, all that shit. You know what I mean? To get a few dollars to go to the movie theater and shit. That's what I used to do. That was my hustle. Freeze out a pair of kangaroo sneakers. I think I remember them, but I didn't have no kangaroo sneakers though. I for sure had the motherfucking XJ900s though. Oh shit. CJ Notabot said I grew up in Oakland, and when we couldn't wear starter jackets, but wanted one hella bad. Yeah. Hey man. See, they don't know about them days, man. Like cats was losing their life for them starter jackets back then. Them starter jackets was the shit, especially in LA. The LA Kings jacket, them LA Kings starter jackets, man. I remember my brother had a dope ass LA Kings starter jacket, man. That motherfucker was hard. Hell yeah. Don Supreme say, Freeze, was you ever a Scarface fan? Was it your favorite album? What is your favorite album from Face? Oh, was I a Scarface fan? Hell yeah, for sure. It's hard to say favorite album from Face, man. I like his first album though. His first album with Mr. Scarface is back, and A Minute to Pray and A Second to Die. I'm Dead. Man, Scarface got some shit, man. I'm just talking about the first album. His first solo album, man, that shit hard as a motherfucker, man. Mr. Scarface is back. That's my shit. The Diary, that's dope as fuck. My Homies, man. The Fix, Last of a Dying Breed, man. Face got classics. Even his later shit, Emeritus, that shit is hard as a motherfucker. Like, Face got shit, man. Like, Face ain't never put nothing whack out, never. And man, like when you listen to that old, see, that's how much of a Scarface fan I am. Like, I remember when he was Action on that first Ghetto Boy shit that he was on. When he was I think it was DJ Action or MC Action, but he was Action. AKSHUN. Before he was Scarface, he was Action. That's why when you hear him even after he became Scarface, he would refer to himself as act this, act that. He talking about when he was action. You know what I mean? But man, when Scarface was action, man, that nigga had bars even way back then in the 80s. Like I said, that first Ghetto Boy shit, man, when he was action, Face was a motherfucker. Like that nigga always had bars. Face ain't never put nothing whack out. He ain't never put out a whack verse, whack album, whack song, nothing. Like Face hard. But right, Bushwick wasn't even there yet. Cause no. Nah, I want to say. Nah, I think Bushwick Bill was with the Ghetto Boys before Face, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember. I know Willie D was with the Ghetto Boys, I think, before both of them. But yeah, man, Scarface, man. Definitely one of the hardest. For sure. Right, DJ Act. I knew I wasn't tripping. I couldn't remember if it was MC Action or DJ Action, but yeah, I knew it was like, I was leaning more towards DJ Action for sure. Yeah. God's Gift say that Messy Slick album was fire. I remember when you put me on that. We had the S500 that was really, it was really a 430 for sure. Yeah, it's the good old days, man. I remember when I bought that car, when you was with me, we had to go to the Benz dealership to get the carriage, the cartridge for the CD changer. But it was one CD in the car that came with the car, and it was that Laugh Now, Cry Later, that Ice Cube, which wasn't a bad album to be left in the car. That's how you know a nigga owned it before me. For sure. Now I know Bushwick Bill wasn't the original member, but I thought he was with the Ghetto Boys before Scarface though. Yeah, DJ Ready Red, he was the original member. I don't even think Willie D was the original member, but I know he was there before Bushwick Bill and Scarface, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because I don't think none of them, who became famous as the Ghetto Boys, I think the only original member was DJ Ready Red. Rest in peace. They had some light-skinned short dude on the first Ghetto Boys album. God's Gift said, nigga, we had to ride from Cali to AZ in traffic, listening to that Ice Cube, laugh my ass off. All I heard was smoke some weed. I was annoyed as fuck. Man, Don Supreme say, how come Razzcast never got his props on the West Coast? You know, amongst the underground, of course, you know, motherfuckers respected Razzcast. Razzcast just never got that mainstream look, even though he was signed to some major labels. But you know how shit be, man. Even when you sign to a major label, they be having they people that they favor, and then too, you just never know how they getting played behind the scenes and shit like that. But Razzcast is another one. He was always dope. And I wish they would have did more shit as the Golden State Warriors, which the Golden State Warriors was Saphir, rest in peace, Razzcast, and Exhibit. That was a dope ass trio. I wish they would have did more shit together. And then the Four Horsemen, which was Corrupt, Razzcast, Killer Priest, and Cannabis. nigga, they was so hard together. I wish they would have did more shit together, man. That was Slaughterhouse before Slaughterhouse. 'Cause everybody know about Slaughterhouse, but before there was Slaughterhouse, there was the Four Horsemen, which was Corrupt, Raz Kass, Killah Priest, and Cannabis. And it's like, man, it's hard to say which is a doper four-man rap crew between the two. It's hard to say who's better between the Four Horsemen and the Slaughterhouse. It kind of really ain't fair though, because the Four Horsemen, they didn't really make a lot of shit. You know, they was during that time where, you know, labels just wasn't letting certain shit just happen the way it could have and should have. You know. Tupac was fucking with Raz Kass. Yeah, I could believe it. 90s Baby the University says Brother Lynch Hung was wild as shit. My auntie said they used to smoke weed to that 80s babies is psychos. I was raised by them. Though, so I'm in the same boat. Laugh out loud. For sure. Brother Lynch was on some wild shit, but he was talented though, for sure. Still got bars. Above the Law was very underrated. Oh man. They don't even get the credit they deserve. The originators of the G-Funk sound, for real. Famo say The Streets is a Mother, probably Corrupt best album. It's hard to say because that double album was hard too, man. But see, you know, Corrupt, man, I don't know what happened to Corrupt, because he was never the same after Daz Dillinger's album, Retaliation, Revenge, and Get Back. Corrupt was never the same after that album. I don't know what happened to him. Like, I know drugs play a part and shit like that, but man, really him and Daz, neither one of them was the same after that album. Cause see, everybody put so much emphasis on Corrupt, but Daz was hard as a motherfucker too. Daz had bars too. Like, Daz was a motherfucker. You know what I mean? I know he was such a dope producer that people don't really look at his rapping like that, but Daz had bars. Daz was a motherfucker with the rapping. But of course Corrupt was just like so fucking good. But yeah, man, Corrupt just never was the same after that album, man. I don't know what happened. And the closest he came to getting back to his original self was that black, and I know a lot of y'all ain't hip to it, man, so go check it out when you get a chance, man. But that Blackout with Corrupt and DJ Quick, hard as a motherfucker. And I know they came out with a Blackout too, but I gotta go get familiar with that. I ain't really familiar with but the first Blackout album with DJ Quick and Corrupt, classic. And Corrupt was hard on that motherfucker, but aside from that, man, Corrupt just ain't never been the same. Now Supreme said, when was the first time you heard of Mac Dre? The first time I ever heard of Mac Dre was in like probably the mid-90s with Mac Mall. I think he was on Mac Mall's first album. That was probably the first, but I wasn't super familiar. That was the first time I heard of Mac Dre, was like probably in the mid 90s. But, you know, you got to remember in LA at that time, we wasn't really familiar with Mac Dre like that. Far as underground, this just what I remember. Far as underground Bay Area rap, the only ones I was familiar with was RBL Posse. I remember RBL Posse when I was little. You know what I mean? Like 11, 12, 13 years old. I remember RBL Posse from back then. Far as underground, you know what I mean? And Ray Love, I was hip to Ray Love and Young Lay. But yeah, we didn't really get a chance to appreciate Mac Dre in the 90s. Now, later on, when I really got familiar with Mac Dre, unfortunately, I was in the pen when he got killed. I was in Delano reception when Mac Dre died. And, you know, Delano is near Bakersfield, and then I went from Delano to Corcoran. And, you know, once you hit Bakersfield, once you hit Kern County, radio is way different. Like, I said it before, I'll say it again. LA, we got the worst, most trash radio, man. LA just gonna play, because it's so politically driven. It's so like, you know, LA just gonna play the hits. That's it. But the Bay, unless it was West Side Radio with Julio G. Julio G gonna play some underground shit. You know, damn, what's dude's name, man? The other, fuck. It was Julio G with West Side Radio, and then it was the other, who was the other host that used to be on kind of at night? God damn, I can't remember if he was Mexican or white. Damn, what's that radio dude's name, man? He used to play some underground shit sometimes too, man. Felly Fell. Felly Fell used to play some underground shit sometimes too. Felly Fell, Julio G. If it wasn't for them, you know, LA ain't playing no underground shit. But once you hit Kern County and go from there up north, that's when you're going to be able to hear all the Bay Area shit. So I didn't really get a chance to appreciate Mac Dre until I was in the pen, and I just so happened to be there when he got killed. So, you know, when Mac Dre, for those of y'all who remember, if you was in Northern California when Mac Dre died, he was dominating the radio. They stayed playing Mac Dre on the radio during that time. So that's when I was able to get familiar with him. And it was funny because I remember on the yard, the homies from LA, like all the niggas that was from Southern California, they didn't like Mac Dre. Even after he died, they was like, man, you know, because at the time, that Feeling Myself, man, they was wearing that shit out on the radio. LA niggas used to be like, man, everybody talking about this Mac Dre nigga, man. I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself, man. That shit whack. Woody woody woo. But I was fucking with Mac Dre though. I was working out to Mac Dre. And then, you know, on the yard, I was cool with a bunch of Bay Area and Sacramento, just Northern California niggas, period. You know what I mean? Because I'm a non-affiliate. Even though now I run with the Long Beach car, which is all Crips, but I'm not a gang member, so it's a little bit different. So I just was cool with niggas from all over, but I was cool with a lot of dudes from Northern Cali. So between that and then just listening to Mac Dre on the radio all the time, that's when I really started to appreciate Mac Dre. Same thing with Messy Marv. I had heard of Messy Marv in the 90s, but I didn't really get to appreciate him like that because, you know, we didn't really get a hold of Bay Area music like that in LA back then. Like I said, the only ones who kind of cut through the barrier was RBL Posse. Cause that Bluebird shit, I remember that from when I was a kid. Don't Give Me No Bammer Weed, I remember that from when I was a kid. Let's Smoke a Blunt, Let's Smoke a Blunt. I remember that when I was a kid. But yeah, so I got hip to Mac Dre when I was in prison, right when he died, man, because I was in there when he died. But and then too, like between being in the pen and listening to all the Northern Cali shit on the radio, and you know getting in the game and shit like that, that's when I just shit for years, man. Main thing I was listening to, even still right now, most of my music that I listen to is Northern Cali shit. Even still right now, I listen to mostly Northern Cali shit. That's just as a region, it's kind of hard to fuck with Northern California on some hip hop shit, on some rap shit. Northern Cali got the most legendary underground motherfuckers that some people ain't never heard of, man. Northern Cali got them. Like, the list goes on. I could sit here and talk about Northern Cali rappers and albums and just different shit. Man. Motherfucking, man, it's Coog Nut, Seagram, Dangerous Dame. Man, the Bay just got so many niggas, man. Like, man, the Bay got, that's like one of the most untapped, like, regions as far as like just, you know, gems, like underground gems that just ain't never been dug up, man. Like, the Bay got them. Like I said, man, as far as a region, talent, everything from producers to rappers, man, singers, man, the Bay got all that shit. Like, they one of the toughest regions to fuck with, man, for real. The Bay got it. Not just the Bay, Northern California, period. Because Northern Cali is more than just the Bay. But Northern Cali, man, shit. Right, Chris says so. Tear Gas the Jackal was on Billboard charts. Right, but see, you know, it's a lot of Northern Cali rappers that charted, but they just never got that mainstream look though. Cause yeah, the Jackal was on the charts. Brother Lynch and Sibo, they done been on the charts. Messy Marv done been on the charts. You know what I mean? And these is motherfuckers with no mainstream nothing. Just straight underground. You know? But, you know, they just wasn't getting them looks. Right, Famo say that album he did with Mac Mall slap too. US Open, for sure. Hell yeah. Mac Dre got so much motherfucking shit, man. It's certain songs, man, it's certain songs that from Mac Dre that I wish I could find it. I don't know where they at and how to find them or none of that. You know how Mac Dre got so much shit, man. There's certain songs that I don't know the name of, and that's why I can't find the shit. Because, okay, so it's crazy, right? So back in the early 2000s, right? And this is before I was even listening to Mac Dre like that. This is before I went to the pen. In the early 2000s, there was these producers, and I don't know why I want to say they was from Atlanta, but they was called the Track Team. It was some producers called the Track Team, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they was from Atlanta, but they was dope as a motherfucker. They had some dope ass beats. And my homie had got me a beat tape, or he gave me and my homies a beat tape from the Track Team, and we had probably like a handful of beats, like maybe 5 beats from these dudes, right? And one of the homies made a song to one of the beats. Actually, the homie Chris Couture, he made some songs, I think, to a couple of their beats. But anyway, the same beat that the homie Chris Couture did a song to. I don't know how he ended up with the shit, but Mac Dre got a song to that same beat. And I only heard that song like one time. And I don't know where to find that motherfucker or what the name of it is or any of that shit, man. But he killed that shit. And I ain't heard this song probably in like 15 years. But I only heard it one time. And I just remember it because, like I said, the homie had a song to that same beat in the early 2000s, like 2002 or some shit, 2003. And Mac Dre got a song to that same beat, man. I'm mad. I don't know the name of that song, man, but I just know the beat when I hear it, man. And like I said, I think the name of them producers was Track Team. And it made me think like Dre probably don't even know who the hell them niggas is that made that beat. Because, you know, dudes used to do that shit. You know, certain producers, they beats would just float around. And they'll get into all different kind of people's hands that, like me, them Track Team dudes, I never met them or knew who they was. And if I would have seen one of them, I never would even know who they was. But I just remember their name was Track Team and they had some dope ass beats. But in the early 2000s, it was like that, man. Like, producers' beats would just float around and niggas would get their hands on them and fuck with them and all that type of shit. Like Sepulveda Prince. You probably know this song that I'm talking about, right? But it was a song, and some of y'all other people that's from LA that know LA underground hip hop, y'all know what I'm talking about. But it was a song, I think it's the Relatives and B Brazy. It's like dun, 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 like that. Dun, 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 give it up just like that. I had a song to that beat, and I think the Relatives version came out before I did. I never put mine out. Well, I put mine out on some super duper underground street level shit, hand to hand shit. But I think the Relatives version came out before I recorded mine, or they probably recorded it around the same time, but they put theirs out obviously first. But it's a lot of shit like that from the early 2000s where, you know, different rappers will have the same beat and won't even know who each other is and all that shit. And the producer who made the beat don't know none of us. It was a lot of that shit going on in the early 2000s, man. But yeah. CJ Not say Mac Dre. She Never Seen. Fire. Not My Job. Fire. The Mac name Dre. Fire. Early Retirement. Fire. Right. Goddamn, so many. Right. S.A. Bob, you know what I'm talking about. The song is named Like That by the Relatives. And hey, so this is so peep this, right? So how I even found out about the Relatives version of the song, you know what I mean? I used to be in the streets with my CDs. And I would let motherfuckers listen to my shit to get them to buy my shit. And back then, I remember it happening several times where I'll let motherfuckers hear that song that I did to that same beat, and they'll be singing the Relatives version to it over my song. You know what I mean? And it happened a few times, so then it made me curious, like, damn. But for a long time, I didn't know their name. I didn't know, because I hadn't heard the song. Like, I had heard of the Relatives, but I didn't know the name of whoever had a song to this same beat. I just knew that somebody else had to have a song that was kind of buzzing, because it happened a few times where motherfuckers would hear that beat and they'll be like that, give it up just like that. Like, they'll be singing that shit over my shit. And I'll be like, man, who the fuck got a song to this beat besides me? You know what I mean? But then later on, I ended up finding out it was the Relatives, and I heard their version of it, and it was all good. It was cool. I know they probably never heard my version though. And then there's probably other people that got songs to that beat that we ain't never heard of. Cause like I said, beats like dope ass beat, cause that's a dope ass beat. And beats used to just float around like a motherfucker back then. So Support for the Prince say, I only like one song by the Relatives. I didn't play that shit. Relatives like that off of the Takeover album. Yeah, hey, Support for the Prince. Speaking of the Takeover album, another song off that album is Be a Hoe. I know you was Support for the Prince. I know you was bumping Be a Hoe. Be a Hoe. Man, I know you was playing that shit, man. You probably didn't fuck with the Relatives like that, but I know you was bumping that Be a Hoe. That was my shit, man. I'm going to have to listen to that when this live is over with. I ain't listened to that shit so damn long. '90s Baby, the University say, was Cali up on Do or Die back in the day? Especially the pimping was y'all rocking with it? Do or Die from the Shy? Hell yeah. See, that's the box days, man. See, you know, when it came to certain underground shit, that's kind of like what connected different regions with each other. Like if you was an underground artist and you had a song on the box, that's how we was able to get hip to certain shit, you know what I mean? But then Do or Die, that shit ended up blowing up so big, you know, they was on Rap City and all that shit. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that Po Pimpin' was just on the box at first. I don't even think that shit was on Rap City yet. But yeah, that shit, I remember, that reminded me of the box. But hell yeah, we was fucking with Do or Die. Yep. Right, see, it's a few people. Agape Ape Energy say it's like that by the Relatives. Yeah, I knew y'all was gonna remember that song. Dun, 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 dun. Like that. Give it up. I just seen a clip on Instagram not too long ago with B Brazy rapping to that shit on stage. With the Relatives, they was on stage and B Brazy was rapping his part. But yeah. Oh my goodness, the video jukebox. Yeah, the jukebox was the shit, man. CJ not say my older cousins put me onto Po Pimpin'. Yeah, man, the box was the good old days, man. Don Supreme say Drake kept his mouth shut, kept his mouth closed on the case, and came home and did his time like a man. The situation in KC was messed up. I wish some game was in that situation. Meanwhile, Gunna says YSL a gang. For real, man. Yeah, you know, times just different, man. Those horns killed it. Right. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I would play my version of my song to that beat, but I don't even have a copy of that. That's a damn shame, man. My first little like album, I guess you could say, that I ever put together, man. I ain't even got a copy of that shit. I need to reach out because I know there's some people around that still got copies of my shit, but I don't even have a copy of my shit. And it ain't nowhere on the internet. But yeah, Chris Esso says, y'all fuck with Rich the Factor and Fat Tone in LA back then? Nah. See, when I start getting into the Bay Area shit, you know, by them fucking with Rich the Factor and Fat Tone, that's how I got hip to them. But in LA, nah. See, like I said, man, LA just like when it comes to the music shit, man, like when it comes to underground dope ass shit, you know, I got hip to certain shit going cross country or being locked up. You know what I mean? Being in the pen. That's the only way I got hip to certain shit, man, outside of LA. But yeah, Fat Tone was hard, man. Like, it's unfortunate that we didn't get to see what Fat Tone was gonna do. And I still fuck with Rich the Factor. And see, that's one thing about Rich the Factor. That nigga ain't never stopped putting out music. Rich the Factor stay putting out new albums all the time, and his shit be fire. Like, everything, man. Rich the Factor hella underrated, man. Like, that nigga got such a dope ass catalog. Just on some smooth shit, some player shit, some gangster shit, some get money shit, just all of that, man. Like, Rich the Factor got heat. He got a cold catalog that he's still adding to consistently. CJ Not a Box say the box was the shit. Man, we will be waiting for the Crossroads video for real by Bone Thugs. Man, For the Love of Money and First of the Month Memories. Yeah, hey, I forgot all about that, but yeah, Bone, man, they had the box sold up for a minute. Bone did. Man, yeah, they killed that shit. Chris Esso says he one of the first underground artists on iTunes, Rich the Factor. Yeah. Right. Spove the Prince say, I still be bumping that Conscious Daughters. We roll deep. R.I.P. Special K. Yeah, man. R.I.P. to Special K, man. Conscious Daughters, boy. They don't get enough credit as far as like female MCs that was hard. Yeah, Conscious Daughters was dope as a motherfucker. Yeah. Good old Conscious Daughters. Chris Esso say, man, Rich got one hell of a catalog and counting, as you said. Right, because he's man, for like 30 years, this nigga just been dropping albums consistently. Rich the Factor, man, he cold. Yes, indeed, man. Like that. Like that. Hard ass group out of Inglewood. Hey, you know who was dope out of Inglewood too? He like super underground. A lot of people ain't hip to him. Green Eyes. Green Eyes got some shit out of Inglewood. Green Eyes was hard. Green Eyes was dope. I'm just thinking about all different kind of underground artists from all over the place. Hollow Tip from Sacramento. Hollow Tip was hard. Gangsta Dre from Sacramento was hard. Who else, man? It's so many dope ass underground motherfuckers. I'm trying to think of motherfuckers that most people ain't familiar with. It was hard. Of course, Young Joker was hard. From Sacramento. Who else, man? Who else was hard? The motherfuckers. Yeah, of course, Looney Coleon, hard as a motherfucker. That remind me of that Gangsta Pimpin'. With what the song got different names, but that's one of from Sack to the Boonies. That's another. It's see, it's funny. Like underground cats from Northern California, they be putting out so many motherfucking albums that like certain albums end up on or certain songs end up on multiple albums, and that one song will have like 5 different names. But that song with Looney Coleon and Mac Dre, on some albums it's called Gangsta Pimpin', on other albums it's called From Sack to the Boonies, but that's my shit right there though. Womp, 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 boom, boom, womp, womp, womp. We gangsta niggas, ready for some pimpin', or ready for some tension, but we ain't tripping, we trying to keep it pimpin'. pimping. What does it mean? Paper in my pocket, hoes on my team. They call me Coleon. I'm the real McCoy. I'm a write about mine, cuz trust your boy. Be hanging like cellulite on your grandma's thighs. I hit the city streets, mean mug, chip on my shoulder. Yeah, Coleon hard. I fuck with Coleon. Yeah, 4 Clips was hard too, man. Rest in peace to 4 Clips, man. Man, 4 Clips, he didn't even get a chance to really do his thing with the music, man. But yeah, 4 Clips was hard. Caution was hard as a motherfucker. SIBO, of course. Sugar Free, of course. I still say Mitchie Slick don't get his credit along with Damu out of Dago. Yeah, of course Mitchie Slick don't get his credit, but Damu really don't get his credit though. Man, Damu, man, that nigga was hard as a motherfucker, man, back in the day. That nigga Damu. It's hard to say who had the hardest. Nah, I gotta give it to Damu. They all came off. It's for those of y'all who don't know, it's a Mitchie Slick song off his first album, Triggeration Station, called that's the name of the album. The song is called Yeah That. It's Mitchie Slick featuring Damu and Don Diego. But man, Damu came off so hard on that motherfucker. That nigga say, I'd rather get caught with it. So if some niggas have some funk, so if some niggas want some funk, I never had to go get it. It's that nigga from that No Name City. Really? Damn, what that nigga say? Cat peeling with some brain spilling. Label the G about mine. Down for the homicide without something. Willing to die for gang signs. Damn, how that shit. Willing to die for gang signs. I'm only rolling with real deal killers that like to shine. Never. Damn. Hard life. Damn. Call mine 5'9". Damn. And at the same time, all blocks came on. Hardcore niggas with loot. No Rudy Poops, pocket swelling. And ain't nobody telling, cause we y'all felons. Let word get heard, just spoke. You see the red dot, the lead head pop. Damn. Damu came off hard as a motherfucker on that song, man. Like, that nigga, man, yeah, Damu super underrated. Mitchie Slick underrated too, but it's more people familiar with Mitchie Slick than Damu. Damu super underrated. And Tiny Do. He another one that's super underrated. Fotan drew down, don't get they flowers. Right, and motherfuckers stay stealing from their ass too. But did you pimp for it? You did. I used to listen to Payroll Giovanni back in his Doughboy Cash Out days. Yeah, Payroll, another one that got a dope ass catalog and stay putting out dope shit. Anytime him and Cardo get together, they dropping heat for sure. CJ Not About says, Freeze, when you said you was live when Nipsey passed, I was on Yuck Mouth Live when I heard about Sinful, and I kept saying stop playing. Bro was healthy. That shit still fucked me up. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Or Cricket from Dago don't get his props for production. Yeah, Cricket hard. Cricket? Yeah, Cricket dope with the beats for sure. Totally Insane from East Palo Alto. Classic, legendary group for sure. You dig? Damn, they got this, Totally Insane got this one song, man. Damn. It's a sample that multiple rappers used back then, but Totally Insane's version to that sample was dope as a motherfucker, man. I can't remember the name of that damn song. T Maestro says, is PCH still an active blade? PCH ain't what it used to be, but every once in a while you might catch something down on PCH. Every once in a while, you know what I mean? but you know, it's barely active. It ain't what it used to be. Suppose the Prince say laugh out loud at Ty. He laughed at that. Oh shit. Andre Nicotina sell himself for sure. Yes, indeed. Andre Nicotina, aka Dre Dog. Very slept on. You know who else is slept on from San Francisco? Equipto. Equipto hard as a motherfucker, man. He that's somebody who really don't get their credit. Healthy Habits say Cricket and Damu on the production side too. He practically gave Mitch a lot of that Triggeration album. I was down there by Lincoln 3 weeks ago. For sure, dig that, yeah. See, I wasn't even hip to Damu on the production tip, but I know with the rapping, Damu hard as a motherfucker though. CJ, now what you know about that Watt Ave? That good old Watt Ave, man. PCA sound like Watt and Sack. Nah, if I was to say which one was more active, I would have to say Watt is probably more active than PCH. Because I ain't been to Sack in probably a couple years, but you still might see something down on Watt Ave every once in a while. Watt used to be cool back in the day, too. But you're more likely to see something down on Watt than PCH nowadays, I would think. Playdog say, Tila, pimp, bitch. Bun B killed it. My future looks like Sinatra pass. Hey, man. That's another motherfucker, man, that really, like, he don't get nearly the credit that he's supposed to have, man. Tila. And Tila just, like probably a month or two ago, he did an interview with Big Court on the Holding Court podcast. It's a cool interview, man. I advise y'all to check it out. But yeah, Tila, man. Tila's another motherfucker underrated with bars. Not just because, you know, you got some people that's good rappers, but they ain't just like got bars like that. Tila is a good rapper that got bars and melodies and all, like, yeah, Tila, he's another motherfucker that don't get the credit he deserves. CJ not say, supposedly, yes sir, Watt dead now. I know Stockton's still cool. Okay, I was just thinking about Stockton Ave. Yeah, that good old Stockton, man. Ty Macho say, Freeze, you said Mexicans ain't racist earlier, but my cousin from Eastside Long Beach said they be tripping on them. Yeah, see, that's prejudice. There's a difference between racism and prejudice. Yeah, Mexicans, they don't have the wherewithal to be racist. They don't have the power or the leverage or anything that it takes to be racist. Like I said, you don't have racism without oppression. And Mexicans have never oppressed anybody in the United States. They've been oppressed more than they've oppressed. But they've never had the leverage or the power or the wherewithal to be racist. Prejudice, yeah. And I'm from Long Beach, the east side, and yeah. I don't know about nowadays because, you know, I ain't been over there in a minute, but when I was coming up, yeah, they was definitely prejudiced for sure. But racist, nah, they don't even. See, that's what I mean. You know, people misuse the term racist or racism. You know, but you don't have racism without oppression. And, you know, you have people that are prejudiced against black people, but it's not possible for them to be racist. They might think they racist, and, you know, other people might incorrectly categorize them as racist, but until you're able to, you know, create ghettos and relegate black people or minorities to ghettos and keep them down and enslave them and all that shit, you know, until they're able to do that to a whole group of people, nah, they're not racist, you know. And I know most black people from LA who have experienced prejudice from Mexicans like myself. I've experienced prejudice from Mexicans. And not all Mexicans. I don't want to put all, because, you know, I got some Mexicans that I'm cool as a motherfucker with too. But I have experienced prejudice from Mexicans in LA, for sure. And like I said, most people with my type of experience will not keep it real and say that they're not racist. But the fact of the matter is they are not racist, they're prejudiced. So, but like I said though, this is a part of the like social engineering and in the propaganda and the programming and shit like that they try to put on us. Like they throw little tidbits out there, and what people don't understand is it's white people that'll put that out there that these people are racist or these people are racist. They try to water down the term racism to make it seem as though anybody can be racist, but that's incorrect. They are the only ones in America who have ever had the power to be racist and have actually been racist. So, yeah, we got to use the right terminology. It's some Mexicans in LA and Long Beach and all that shit that have been prejudiced but not racist. You know what I mean? Just like you got black folks that's prejudiced against Mexicans. But just like them, we've never had the power to be racist. That's why, like, out of anybody, man, I just gotta keep it real. It ain't just because I'm black. It's just because of what our people have been through. But it really, really burns me up. Like I don't like when anybody misappropriates the term racist or racism. But when they try to say that a black person is racist, and then you got black people that say that black people are racist, like what's wrong with you? It just pisses me off that people feed into that shit. And like I said, every time we use that shit inappropriately, it waters it down and dilutes the term that much more. And the word doesn't have the power that it's supposed to have. It doesn't have the meaning that it's supposed to have. You know, because everybody should understand that, you know, there's only one group of people in the United States who have ever had the power to, or who have ever actually been racist. And we all know who those people are. But see, that's another thing about today's times is just fucked up. You know, that's just one of many examples of how people just use words carelessly and irresponsibly. People don't even care about spelling shit correctly no more. Even though these smartphones will correct words for you, motherfuckers don't know how to spell. Don't nobody use periods, commas, question marks, exclamation. Don't nobody use that shit no more. Motherfuckers will type a whole paragraph and it won't have one punctuation mark in it nowhere. You know what I mean? And it's like, man, if I wouldn't have ended up in the game or ended up in the streets, that's one thing I probably should have ended up being was a damn English teacher, because, you know, like bad punctuation, that's one of my biggest pet peeves when it comes to like people reading and writing and all type of shit. Like I just like bad punctuation. That shit really get under my skin, man. But along with that, man, it just kills me how people are just so irresponsible with their words. And one of the most commonly irresponsibly used words is racism and racist. We gotta get that shit right. '90s baby says racism is the Homestead Act. They gave themselves land when they were immigrants and needed living assistance. They rent us housing for living assistance. Right. All of that factors into Play Dog say, yeah, they want to redefine racism. Yeah. And then look at how they do, like I said, with Adam 22, you know, with him using that chimping out terminology, you know, and how, see this, like, white people gonna be who they gonna do what they do and be who they be. The white people who are just like, you know, outwardly racist and don't give a damn. And some of them don't even understand they're racist when they are, or at least try to play dumb like they not. But when Adam 22 says, you guys are always just looking for a reason to be mad, or looking for a reason to have outrage, or looking for something to be outraged about. Man, that shit kills me. And then people be letting him get away with that type of talk. And like I said, it was just unfortunate that you had a group of black men up there, but you got a non-black man who called himself Moose Man that had to, you know, defend black people better than the black people who was present in this conversation, debate, or whatever you want to call it. But that's just another way of, like, gaslighting, they call it, but, you know, trying to make you feel bad, like you're not supposed to be, like you're not supposed to feel some type of way when people disrespect you as a black person. You know, that's another thing that white people have mastered and gotten very good at, and a lot of black people have fallen for the shit, is, you know, them trying to place blame on you for being sensitive to certain words, or, you know, certain types of disrespect, feeling a way about disrespect. They try to make you feel bad for that. You know what I mean? Like the whole chimping out shit. Like, we not supposed to feel bad for that. We just supposed to let people disrespect us, and then when we feel bad about it, we wrong. You know, they've gotten very good at, you know, doing that number on us. And it's a lot of black folks that have fallen for that shit, who've gotten to the point where, you know, they just let people disrespect them any kind of way and disrespect our people any kind of way. And, you know, like I say all the time, you know, we don't have to respond by crying and yelling and getting angry and all that type of shit. But at the same time, we shouldn't just be tolerating and taking disrespect. Because if Adam 22 just if it all of a sudden just became a thing where no black people whatsoever went to No Jumper, if all of the niggas from the West Coast just decided, like, you know what, we are not fucking with No Jumper at all. You know what I mean? You got this gang who ain't got no problem not fucking with that gang, even though everybody from both gangs look like each other, and in a lot of cases are related to each other and shit like that. We can do that real easily. But when it comes to the real opposition, a motherfucker who don't respect us and does everything to disrespect us, oh man, we just can't stop fucking with that motherfucker. But, you know, if all the black people who could potentially end up on No Jumper, or who already are there, if they just all came together on one accord and said, you know what, we are not fucking with No Jumper. Don't no niggas go to No Jumper. That boy would be sick. He wouldn't know what to do. He'll be sick. Because there's been several times already before where he was sick. He was sick when Crip Mac went to jail. He was sick when 4Extra went to jail. He was sick when Sharp left. You know, he was sick when AD and T-Rail and Duno and all, when he was sick when they left. You know, it's been a few times where he's felt it, but he ain't never felt it to the point where, you know, it'll be an eye-opening experience for him, and, you know, it'll be too late. Because niggas just don't fuck with No Jumper no more. You know, and everybody, you know, praises him, but they don't understand how important they are to that platform. If he don't have no niggas on that platform, it's dead. That shit gonna die. Just imagine No Jumper with no black people on there. That shit gonna die. Dead. You know what I mean? Niggas gonna be pouring out liquor for No Jumper. You know what I mean? If no black people was on there. But niggas just don't get it though. Just for a check, you know, motherfuckers are just. And then, you know, like, we could do that ourselves. It might take a little minute to build it, but man, I just wish somebody would come with something, with a platform to replace that shit, man. For real though. Him and Vlad TV. It's another platform that Vlad TV, if no black people was on there, that shit gonna die. Aiden Ross, I'll be forgetting about him because, you know, he like younger, and I never really tap into Aiden Ross's content, but I done seen and heard some of the disrespectful shit he done said and did towards black people. And he's another one that I just wish niggas would leave him alone. Like, do not fuck with him. But, you know, some niggas will sell their balls for a few dollars. Right, Davey Lee say T-Rail made me watch No Jumper back then. Yeah, like I said all the time, man. You know, yeah, T-Rail was definitely a factor, but on the real, to me, back when they was all there, AD was like the most important piece to No Jumper at one point in time. And No Jumper ain't been the same since AD left. You know, he was part of a lot of growth at No Jumper. Because like I say all the time, if you pay attention, during the time T-Rail and AD and Duno and all of them, Smack and all of them was at No Jumper, they was growing. They had steady growth. And they were a lot more respectable of a platform No Jumper was. But when they left, they kind of just been on a plateau ever since. Like, it's been what? It been like a good 4 years since T-Rail and AD and all of them left. Now, over the past 4 years, since they've been gone, they haven't accumulated 1 million subscribers. But while they were there, that's when they got to that 4 million mark. And they just been stuck. They ain't made it to 5 million yet. They close to 5 million, but they still ain't made it to 5 million yet. That's the type of shit I pay attention to. And that shows you the power that we have, right? It shows you the power that, in particular, AD and T-Rail and those guys, the power that they had. Because when they left, that's when the growth slowed down drastically. They still been steadily, because it's such a big platform, they, you know, as long as they stay consistent, they gonna get some subscribers. But they haven't been that hot platform since they left. You know, they had a little bit of steam still going when Sharp was there, but when Sharp left, it just really just whatever. You know what I mean? When Sharp left, it really just fell apart. You dig? But yeah, like I said, that's the shit that I pay attention to, and it shows me, it's just it just reaffirms to me the power that we have. Like I said, when T-Rail and all them was there, you seen No Jumper gradually go from 1 million to 2 million to 3 million to 4 million. And then when them niggas left, they just been stuck at that 4 million and they been creeping. It's taken them years and they still ain't made it to 5 million yet. But if you pay attention to Vlad, because at one point in time, No Jumper and Vlad TV had about the same amount of subscribers. I wouldn't be surprised if No Jumper was ahead of him ahead of Vlad at one point in time. But if I'm not mistaken, they might have been. But if you pay attention, Vlad been steadily growing still. And then it's a lot of other platforms that are big that within that same time frame they've grown drastically. But No Jumper, they ain't been growing like that. And they cast just get whacker and whacker. Like they hosts and shit like that get more and more boo-boo. They never gonna have like when AD and House Phone and all of them was, they ain't, and Sharp and all, they ain't gonna never have that again. You know, and Adam, he thinks that it's as simple as replacing one gang member with another gang member, but nah. Or he thinks it's as simple as just getting somebody wild and loud like a 4Extra or a Crip Mac. You know, that shit is cool, but it's not going to sustain growth. See, somebody like Sharp, yeah, Sharp had his moments where he'll get loud and, you know, argue with bitches and shit like that. But Sharp actually got talent, though. And his talent really developed a lot while he was at No Jumper. You know, and he was really the Kobe of that team for a while. Like I've said before, like, well, you could really say he was like the Magic Johnson, and AD was like the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar of No Jumper. Sharp was like the Magic Johnson. T-Rail was like the James Worthy. You know, that's the best way you could put it. Right. Like Davey Lee say, AD did bring that show to life. And then AD kept shit, because like all this wild shit that didn't happen at No Jumper since they've been gone, when AD was there, he kept order at that motherfucker. And I think it had a lot to do with just the way people respected AD. He didn't always bring in the most views. He had his moments where he did, but he was consistent though. He'd bring some consistent numbers in, but it was more than just like his value to No Jumper was more than just views. And see, that's the only thing Adam really respect. He respect views. But it ain't all about views though. It's about like respect and growth as well, like your reputation, because now that their reputation has gotten more and more shitty, the growth just keeps slowing down more and more, and the content gets worse and worse. Gina Views, she was another one that was like an asset to that platform. Like Gina was dope. You know, they ain't gonna like, she probably gonna be like the hardest motherfucker to replace. No Jumper ain't gonna never have another Gina Views. You know, she was another one that was like valuable to that platform that they needed. And, you know, since she left with everybody else, man, they just, they just ain't been the same. But like I said, I just wish niggas would just get the hint and just stop fucking with them. Spova the Prince said, check Freeze out with the Lakers analogy. Yeah, that's kind of who they was, man. David Lee said, on me, it was still safe when AD's presence was involved. Yeah, because, you know, AD, he come from the streets. So he understands people from the streets, but at the same time, unlike everybody else who be up there now, like AD is level-headed. He know how to keep order and peace. He's somebody that people respect. He know how to talk to people, you know, like the right kind of way. Like he got the right kind of charisma when it comes to dealing with people. You know, you got to have people like that around. And ever since he ain't been around, like, nigga, No Jumper just ain't been the same. You know? No, he ain't the most animated motherfucker. You know, he ain't the most, like, outrageous, you know, clickbait type of individual, but you know, he gonna be consistent. He's smart, intelligent. He know how to talk. Yeah, you just, you know, yeah, they ain't. Flacco police ass gonna get someone locked up. Shaking my head. Yeah, dude, so lame. Play Dog say, what you think about Club Shay Shay, Shannon Sharp? Shannon Sharp is excellent at what he do, man. I know a lot of motherfuckers be hating on Shannon, and he kind of can be a little corny at times, but as far as just his skill set when it comes to interviewing people, hey, Shannon one of the best out there right now. It ain't really too many people that can compete with him as far as like their style of how they interview people. Shannon is dope. Like, he don't talk over people. He knows how to lead the interview the right way and still let his guests speak as much as they need to. And then he can be funny when he needs to be funny. He knows how to add his 2 cents at the right place and time. Like, you know, people just be hating on Shannon, man. But if you just look at his skill set for what it is, as far as doing them interviews, it ain't really nobody out there. Like, I'm trying to think of somebody who's like just better than Shannon. See, Joe Rogan is good too. I ain't gonna take nothing away from him, but the only advantage that I believe Joe Rogan has over Shannon is time and experience. That's it. Time and the fact that he's a white man. That plays a major part as well. But, you know, Shannon Sharp with the same type of time and experience of a Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan was ahead of the game. He'd been doing that shit since before anybody was even thinking about podcasting, before it was popular and all that shit. Joe Rogan been doing his shit. So, you know, he locked in. But, you know, Shannon, you know, and then for him to push past that controversy the way he did, and he's still going strong, still doing numbers, still doing his thing. Yeah, Shannon, I give Shannon his props. '90s Baby said he likes Stephen A. Smith for ESPN. He say everything the white man say, or the white man can say himself. Yeah. Stephen A., yeah. Not really a fan of Stephen A., man, but I be trying to do my best not to talk bad about other black people. I be trying, but some people make it hard. Stephen A., one of them. Talk about puppeteering, though, like Stephen A. is a puppet for show. Big time puppet. Cat Williams called Kevin Hart a puppet, but nah. His puppetry ain't got nothing on Stephen A., man. Let me see. But man, it don't even seem like it, man, but we've been live for 5 motherfucking hours, man. So we gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up. And hey, man, if you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, shame on you, man. Hit that like button before you get up out of here. But yeah, man, we're going to go ahead and get up out of here. As always, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. I appreciate you sharing this video. I appreciate all the comments, questions, input, jokes, feedback, all that good stuff, good memories, childhood, 80s, 90s. Yeah, this is a good live, man. We talked about hip hop. We talked about back in the day. We talking about getting your ass whooped, race car tracks, all type of shit, dope underground rappers. This is a good ass live, man. But yeah, I appreciate all that, man. I appreciate you for subscribing. I appreciate you for hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support and the gifts. Can't forget the gifts. And I appreciate your support in every which way that you comes with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freezes it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And of course, as always, long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.